Africa, thought the bloodshed's gone. Then it came again, 216 and the massacre, it started again. Too bloody name, I couldn't cry tears. Blood dripping down my eyes, water in my veins. We died trying to fight the cause and we're trying to break it. It's our freedom, but the world was against us.
Wave your flag over Africa. Welcome people of Biafra. Wave your flag over all the world. See those people of Zion is here.
It is a nation that the Lord has chosen for the people of Zion. It is a nation that the Lord has chosen for the people of Zion.
We need peace, we choose freedom. We need peace, we choose freedom. Hey. Let the tears of our mothers who lost their children be heard. Let the blood of our heroes speak from now till forever. Let the whole wide world know Biafra is our home. I see a rising sun from Africa. Oh, this is time of
Good evening. Good evening, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. I welcome you once again this evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you might find yourself. Today is the 31st of March 2023, and it's 10 minutes on top of the hour here in the United Kingdom. That's 10 minutes past 8 p.m. And I'm reaching you here from United Kingdom. My name remains MAZI. George is Chukwume, and I reside here in United Kingdom as one of the humble servants of indigenous people of Biafra, of IPOB under the leadership of Onyendo Mazem Nandekano, the indefatigable leader of indigenous people of Biafra, the supreme leader of indigenous people of Biafra. Today was a bit of emotional, and a lot of things have happened today, which of course I haven't ascertained exactly what has happened on the ground. I will not be involved in saying anything concerning what has transpired today in Aba, in Yimba City, but I pay my homage to my comrade. That's why I play the song, All We Want is Peace. And may the souls of our heroes and heroines that have paid all this ultimate price from 1945 till date, and those that have laid down today again for one purpose, to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the earth. May their souls be fight along with us, as those that have been with us as we fight along to restore Biafra. Thank you very much for joining me. As you're joining me, as you're welcoming you, welcome others wherever you are, and share this program. Regardless of what anybody might think, the critical analysis remains the only option that we have to lay things to bear. IPOB worldwide remain under the leadership of Mazem Namdekano. IPOB was found under the command and control from when IPOB was formed. For some people might say command and control. Command and control does not mean you will abuse your power, or the position you find yourself in IPOB is unacceptable within IPOB, structure. We live in a civilized world. There's laws being enacted in every country. Everybody will follow suit. As we all know, when IPOB started, there was nothing feasible like in a black and white code of conduct. We practice command and control, obey before complying. But God might have it, we have a leader that was called from heaven that only the judge, he judged justly. He doesn't judge anybody without hearing the both sides of the aisle. That was what has set him, on that realm that no man can ever near where our leader MAZI Nnamdi is. So tonight, for some of you that have been following me and following the Biafra Alpha Power Media, we have not been on air for a couple of reasons. But let be assured that what we do here is not about coming up on a daily basis to talk. We come here to educate Biafrans. That's primarily. That is what we owe you, to make sure at this point in time we are in. A lot of people are in disarray. And our job is to make sure, as the teachings of our leader, what we have learned, those that have been the students of Radio Biafra that have connected with that spirit of MAZI Nnamdi, you will not be left behind. I know there are so many of you out there that are disgruntled IPOB members out there because of the enemy at the gate, Chike Doziem and his cohort, the agendas they brought in IPOB. But woe betide them. Onyendu say, if you know what you would do that Biafra will not be restored, please do it. And also, if you know what to do to restore Biafra, please do it. So Chike Doziem and his cronies have chosen a path to make sure they derail IPOB, to derail Biafra restoration, which is in turn is what the challenge Onyendu throws at every single individual. What I will say to you today is that I took an oath. An oath of allegiance I took was to restore Biafra, and that oath of allegiance was solemnly under only MAZI Nnamdi that I sworn an oath to. And that's the only voice I heard before I joined IPOB. I owe no apology to any other person, but all of us are comrades. And one thing that brought us together, because we had a voice, ideological consistency. Our leader remained the supreme leader of indigenous people of Biafra. And whatever Onyendu says goes. As some of you might be confused about sometimes Onyendu said this word, because Onyendu is a messenger. 2015, some of you that followed Onyendu know when he was telling us that we have DOS then, which led by then Uchenna Asiebu. He always reiterates in every broadcast that when I'm not here, my deputy, he always pointing at his deputy. That was the reason for it. He knew he was going to go, he won't come back, because 2015, he come out and told the zoo that he's coming back to the zoo, and they took the bet, and how naively they are, they arrested him when he came back to the zoo. And the person that led the DSS to Onyendu, the guy is no more today. That was Chus Ikediwe. That was former Lagos coordinator, that led the DSS to our leaders. But somebody have to lead somebody to our leader, just like what has happened on the 19th of July 2021, that Onyendu was kidnapped in Kenya and renditioned. He needed somebody to lead the way to them to get to him. Somebody sold the Yeshua. So I'm not concerned about all these things. What I'm concerned about is the reality and the prophecy that our leader have released to us. And what shall happen, and things that he said must come to pass. He said, I shall lead from the front, and that's where he's leading from now. For some of you who does not know. So tonight is going to be a friendly one, as we have not been on air for quite a while now. But what I'm here to do is there are so many convoluted issues that I need to, touch on. Probably I will not be able to do all of them today, but I will definitely try my best out to try to get things straightened out as we go forward. But rest assured that regardless what anybody does or do anywhere, whatever they have gathered themselves together, it's just like what happened in Aba today. When I saw the young men and women that came out from all their heart, IPOB remained a voluntary force in every capacity. You might find yourself in IPOB. We not get paid for what we do. But like I said, our leader have the final say, and our leader make pronunciation. That pronunciation become enacted as a law without anybody questioning it. So for me personally, what MAZI Kano does not, I cannot find any wrong in our leader. That is me, George Ume. MAZI Kano will never commit any crime in my faith, regardless what Onyendu might do today or tomorrow. Because do you know why? As Yeshua himself has done some wrongs, but because he was mandated from heaven, he become immune. And our leader have never abused his position. I was speaking to my national coordinator today, and I said something to her. I said, listen, if our leader want to come out of DSS dungeon as I'm talking to you now, it's solemnly only Onyendu's decision. None of us can change that. Onyendu is entirely, Onyendu is in DSS dungeon. I keep on repeating this. It's the vow that he made. That was mandate that was given to him in the land of Israel, the Holy Land of Israel. That is why he made that proclamation in the compound of his late father, the Majesty, His Royal Majesty Israel Okukano, and the Lord Ugeze. The day this incident happened, I could not believe myself when our leader made that proclamation about he's going to sacrifice everything sacrificable, including both of his parents who was in his two sides of him. He was standing in the middle, and his wife was in the other flank. I couldn't believe myself. And we saw it come to pass. So, fellow comrade, a lot has happened. And like I said before, any man that calls Okukano family, your generation is cursed. Like some people now, because there are some people you don't cast stone upon. There are some people that you don't speak ill about. Because as day goes by, your word will haunt you. Anybody anywhere in the world telling you that karma is not real, tell that person that, be my guest. A day will come. You see what Chike Doziem have done. I don't have any personal vendetta. That's why some people are confused in this particular movement we are. I don't take on people on personal issues. Because little did you know, I don't know who you are. The only place you will offend me if we go against the code of conduct of IPOB, the principle, the fundamental principle that guide IPOB. I do not care who you are. But I personally, George Ume, I will not come after you based on a personal thing or how I feel about you. It is quite irrelevant to me. I don't care how you think about me. You might do things to me, I will forgive you for that, because you know why? There is an objective thing that made us to know each other. If it was for not because of Mazem, to be fair, I don't associate with our people. No disrespect, that's me. But the reason why I'm making this emphasis for some people who does not understand, you have to understand, you have to take a stand first of all, man. When you want to fight your enemy, Onyendu took a stand before he stand out. Owazuike was the person that Ojukwu appointed after for him to redeem Biafra again. He needed somebody to front it. And Owazuike was the person that he picked up for him to start talking about Biafra, because when our internal leader came back from Abidjan and found out that all the story they tell him was fallacy, he was broken. And not just like what we are going through today. If you were I remember one day Onyendu was, in one of his broadcasts, he said that it is now that he's trying to fathom what Ojukwu went through on his own time. If you can sit down and think about what is happening now within IPOB, and people you thought we are with Onyendu, and to themselves they still claiming, coming out and telling you that they are supported, our Mazi is their leader, based on their own personal interests. Then you understand that what Ojukwu went through. A man that studied in this country, United Kingdom here, so far as education is concerned and civilization, it is not about if but. Personally, I for one, I have seen the world. It is very rare in this world I have not stepped my foot in. And I can tell you how system works. United Kingdom, no matter how you want to fault them, they still remain. That is why they colonize literally all the whole world. You cannot falter these people. I'm telling you the truth. Whether you want to believe it or not. Until if you live here and understand, it's not someone that came from Nigeria just, if he jumped in here and started working one place, probably worked there for another 10, 15 years, doesn't mean you're in system. Because you're getting money doesn't mean you understand how the system works. Without due respect, I'm being honest with you. You understand what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, what I'm trying to, my emphasis here is based on what has transpired and what is happening within IPOB and our leader position today. The kind of betrayal that Onyendu have saw and is still standing. Because they have pushed our leader to the wall. If our leader was not, because I knew the man I was following. If Onyendu was not called, by now Onyendu could have asked all of us to go to hell. Which he said in one of his, I have it here in Lamentation. He said, if it's not because of Chukwu Kabiam, I will not speak to any of you. You think it was like a hallucinating or something? Our leader no, but it was a mandate from heaven. Just like Yehoshua knew he was going to die, and he knew who was going to sold him. Have you ever had one day pointing finger who sold Onyendu? It's irrelevant. I had Onyendu said I will read from the front. Somebody need to lead them to Onyendu. Like Chuk Sikedi will lead them in 2015. Where is he today? He died miserably. No man lays his filthy finger against our leader. Even the first DSS man that handled Onyendu, the guy died miserably. You know how many people that have died because they touched Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Look at Chike Doziem and House Nabani. All of these individuals today, look at their life, how they're miserable their life is. Before Chike Doziem talk, I mean, I've been honest with you. I used to sit down and listen to Chike Doziem. If I say I never listened to Chike Doziem, you know, George UMEH, I don't lie. Chike Doziem used to, when he talk, I sat down and said, yeah, at least if not for one thing, his concisiveness pushed me to understand that the guy had a little bit of, rudimentary on his brain. But the day Chike Doziem saw his hand when he come to Radio Biafra, Chike Doziem judged himself when he started. That's why he can't come out and speak on Radio Biafra. Because we would double. Now they're sending a mad dog that lives in desert that have sniffed enough dust in his brain. A man that has not got nothing to do with IPOB security architecture. For your information, even the MSTRI that Onyendu announced, there was never a time Onyendu mentioned Chinasa Nworu. There. Like I said, if he's a human being. The only thing that made me know that Chinasa Nworu is a human being, because I knew when Onyendu went to Kuwait in 2015, Chinasa Nworu welcomed our leader. People like us who've been there. And the Chinasa Nworu, they had the live broadcast that day. I know that people know who Chinasa Nworu is. But my problem I have is this. I said this from onset. Charles Rabbi is alive. And I'm going to bring him in a program, in a nutshell. When Onyendu mentioned the emissaries, Chinasa Nworu was not mentioned there. And there's never any time Onyendu was making references concerning security. Even in Age of Force, I'm a memo. I will put it up there. Marika was mentioned there. Chinasa Nworu was not mentioned there. Because remember when he said it to you guys that Onyendu told him not to make himself public in social media because he's what? Who the heck do you think you are? You were the Middle East rep, which Uchenna Siebu, your boss, said he couldn't salvage. Is on record. That is the position he holds in IPOB. If you were doing any other errand that Onyendu is required to be secret, you don't need to come and tell us that Onyendu told you to withheld your identity on social media, but you have your Facebook account and attracting followers when you are trying to sell your BS to people who does not, their frontal lobe is not working. Like I said, you remember the time the one they called the Hot was making noise. When I came out with MAZI, none of so-called media rats, none of them can mention his name, talk about him. Then I told him that it become my issue. Because if you remember, it was the person that dragged IPOB finance to the mud. And Chike Doziem, they are the one that superseded all this whole thing. They're the one that were underground, engineering all this attack on Madam Nenyanya. By somebody yesterday was waiting for me. Can you imagine somebody that is in Africa wearing hood on top of it with a face? sat on top of it, sweating like a pig, and he's still talking. That is kind of people that is where we have found ourselves. And now they are fighting themselves because before, when God wants to kill you first, he will strike you mad. I said, all of you that have opened your mouth, people like us, when we speak, I say, go and write it down, like our leader said. Any of you that whether you say it out or within your heart, have ever mocked Okukame family, your generation is mocked. And all of you will die miserably. All of you will die miserably. You see this nonsense you guys are doing, which media warrior? Who are you defending? These are bunch of non-entities. All these are people, average Igbo man. Black people from Africa. God, actually, there's one video trailing right now. The Igbo man is the most intelligent man in the world. That arguably. But guess what? You are the dumbest people on earth. Because with all this that God has given you, because you disobeyed your God, God have turned you now. The head now has become the tail. That is why everybody will wipe you in their ass. Look at what is happening in Lagos. I'm literally a Lagos boy. I don't comment too much in it because you know why? Even Ojukwu came to trade fair, he did not commission trade fair. Why do you want me to feel sorry for you? I take a different route. I wanted to say I don't feel sorry for myself. Onyendu have advised you guys. I've got brothers there. My younger brother, I spoke to him a couple of days ago. I said, listen, he lives in America now. The other one is there. I got a couple, about 3 or 4 of them there. I said, if you have any property there, sell that crap and take your money now. You have got your family with you in America. Better for you. Because I'm not interested. From day one, I got an experience that I cannot share with you in Lagos. That I cannot share with you in Lagos. 1993, Abiola, we were there. I literally a Lagos boy. For one day, I never lost my pin in Ireland. I literally an island boy. That's why some of you might be coming from where I don't know, come to abroad. We believe large. Beyond the imaginable things people can think about, even from back home to abroad. With all due respect. So I don't feel sorry for you guys. I know that there's a designing Yoruba people. Yoruba people are not bad people. That's all I have to say. But at the end of the day, how many times would it happen to us for us to learn? I don't feel sorry for you guys, to be fair. If you want to go home, entirely up to you. If you want to sit there, it's up to you. That's like I'm here today is a decision. I'm not going to tell you how to run your life on how to do your stuff. And we're not going to start bigotry for now. They're all taking tools on us because why? We made ourselves what we are. Look at what is happening. Look around you. That is why I put on the screen. They killed us once again. But like I said, I'm not going to dive into this issue tonight because there's more to it. Till it's more visible to me what has happened, who is responsible, then I can comment to it. So I just gave you my monologue because it's been a while. Now, excuse me. Things I want to talk about tonight is this. There's so many things that have happened. Even the IEP tried to tag IPOB as a terrorist organization. People don't know where all the foundation of all this whole clue comes from. You see, China Sanworu, I will mention his name before I say what I want to say. And Chike Doziem, the cabal within, because now they told you they have a leadership. For your information, IPOB does not have what you call leadership within IPOB because we practice what they call quasi-military system. That is why sometime I came here to educate you, because I know that our people are docile. Once you're comfortable in your comfort zone, you forgot what you've told or what the reality is. That is why we always find ourselves wanting. That is why we're always on the spot. That is why we are always on the spot. So the reason why I'm bringing all this thing here now is because a couple weeks ago, China Sanworu came to Radio Biafra like he used to rant Because they've been ranting for a long time. Nobody has ever picked up on them and questioned their own words before we emerge. Because there's no need to come out and be talking. We have one central command, and I will have one central out media led, which is our radio Biafra. If we have issue, all of us will go as a force and fight it. That's why there's nothing like media warrior in IPOB. Every single IPOB member that owns a smartphone, you are the greatest media warrior ever you can think of on this planet Earth. Take it to bank. I George Ume said it because we have done this many times. We defeated Facebook on their own, BBC, CNN. From 2015, 16, 17, we fought this war in the highest peak of it. I, for one person, lost my first Facebook account. Facebook disabled it when they disabled Radio Biafra Facebook account. If some of you remember, we'll have to reference because there must be a reference on what we did. So tonight, I'm going to touch on a couple of stuffs, and UK for all. Our national coordinator, based on what is happening, there was a memo that came out. We call it memo. You might call it a letter of no confidence on the so-called H&D, because at the end of the day, Chikedozie has a mandate from our leader, because our leader is the only person. He is the highest command that have the power to appoint and dismissal in IPOB. He appointed Chikedozie. Uchemofo appointed Chikedozie automatically. That's how IPOB is. Because Chikedozie was appointed by Uchemofo. So as an IPOB, even as a zonal principal officer, once you appointed anybody, that person automatically become involved in the system. So legitimately, Chikedozie is the person that was supposed to be the person overseeing IPOB and taking instruction and passing the message Onyendu have sent through his attorney, as we have done in 2015 simultaneously without anybody having questioned whatever have come out there. But today, guess what? Chikedozie on his own word had committed, at least he accepted that he's a humble follower. He knows he's reduced the word, he knows his limitation. So, but when devil take over you, then he start acting opposite. Things have turned the other way around. But I haven't said that. Now, United Kingdom has already come up with this memo, which I'm aware that so many of you saw that memo. And for every interest of anybody, I would like you to pay attention, which I personally will not going to be reading all this memo. I'm not going to be reading it up in this program for obvious reasons, because it's a very long one. And I know that the majority of you already might have seen it. But the reference I'm trying to make here is the reality of things we are in now in IPOB. Because at the end of the day, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's words, any other Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has given, automatically become a law. It does not matter who the person is. It might be me, George, I don't like it. If Onyendu instructed that today, I, George Ume, has been expelled from IPOB, I will accept it with all my heart, and I will go underground and still contribute my own quota if it will be accepted as IPOB has stipulated. So this memo is seen here is a letter of no confidence, which is written on the 30th of March, which is yesterday, 2023, to Chikedozie, to all people. At the end of the day, there's a couple stuffs here you might wanna read, because this is a long memo, and I will indulge you. If you haven't read this memo, go to Alpha Media International website on Facebook page or UK Media. It is there for you to read, because this is what we have been saying. The betrayal of a servant, somebody that have sworn an oath to restore Biafra. And you ask yourself today, whatever that is happening in IPOB, so many of us that is gone to out there that are confused. There's so many of us out there that is gone to and confused. And they label them, if they don't call them autopilot, they give them one name or the other. But guess what? Chikedozie is in his own now, is the leader of the Biafran community, which I'm going to show you the evidence. because they have an agenda. As they started, there was something they was pursuing. Because if you go back when Umuada Highway hold him, because all of them were working together, and they have to confess there, know his limitation. He done all these things is on tape. The question you should ask him today, what has changed? Because then they didn't know the fate of our leader. But as the day goes by, they still getting this nudge, oh, maybe Onyendu will not come out alive. Because the same story they told them on 2015-16, that Onyendu will not make it. I remember our brother here, Festus, a good man, a former London family coordinator, was misled by Emeka Onyebuchi and his cohort. When I approach him, because me, I don't gossip. What I cannot say in your face, I won't say it in your back. If I say something at your back and I see you, I will say that in 10 times of what I've said behind your back. I walked up to him after the day he brought all our documents. I said, Festus, please, why don't you apologize that you were misled? He said, George, don't worry. Things is going to start happening. By then, we held a meeting with our leader. Somebody recorded it and gave it to DSS, threatening Onyendu. These are life stories. It's not hearsay. This is something I witnessed. So I know what is happening now. The same thing is happening. Because over time, he had the one that he lives in, this mad dog. Because the thing is, because he thinks there's no much people that know him. His sister lives in Italy. We know his sister in Italy. We have his picture and everything. He's not hidden. They say IPOB is not a family business. But that one in Italy now is one fighting on Italy. Because they want to kaput everywhere. They want to plant their dogs and their sniffing dogs across board to stifle IPOB with finance, because they're building their own community to wait to question Onyendu. Because when Uchemofo build animal rights, people were wondering why. They have built their own. No far-fetched. Chike Doziem now is the leader of the Biafran community. For some of you who does not know, that is his position now. And it's very open. So, the United Kingdom, unequivocally, our national coordinator have said it here, and she said it all. So, probably not tonight. Maybe in my next program, if I have time, I will take time again and read it, because it's very imperative that, because you know, you say when you want to hide something from a black man, especially those from Africa, especially typically Igbo man, put it in writing, because we hate to read. And that is why we are still struggling. So I just want to bring this memo to your notice for some of you who does not know what the memo stands for. And this memo is a letter of no confidence on Chike Doziem and his cronies, because all the crime and atrocity Chike Doziem and his cronies has committed is evidently in everybody's face. It's telling you at face. Today, IPOB is perceived to have fractions. What they could not achieve in 2015-16, Naiwodo suggested it. For avoidance of doubt, Chike Doziem was European rep when Onyendu was kidnapped in 2015. Chike Doziem was the only rep that opened a parallel account in 2015-16. But it was shut down. I was talking to somebody the other day, the person who was talking about Uchemofo. And I will say it tonight. I make reference to Uchemofo because Uchemofo is an angel. Till tomorrow morning. That's why our leader has never commented about Uchemofo, regardless if there was some people that came then talking about how hard-hearted Uchemofo was. But have we put it in perspective what actually transpired? What happened to Uchemofo? Is it what happened to him? Is he ordinary? Uchemofo takes a lot of heat. You see these people, Chike Doziem, all these people together. They are not ordinary people. These guys are diabolic. There's nothing they cannot do. Because Uchemofo, on a good day, Uchemofo started misbehaving. Even remember when Uchemofo went to UAE or Dubai and slump, or maybe the guy fell sick. They said Uchemofo passed away, he's dead. I never shared that thing, because even your worst enemy, my worst enemy, is not a person I will wish dead. Right? We know Uchemofo messed up. But that's why we must be careful. It's not everything. Then there was nothing. But I never shared that particular post. You go to my Facebook account, it's not everything I share. I don't share just because you share it. No. I don't wake up and share nonsense and come back to refute it. No, I don't. That's certain, just like I'm talking tonight. The issue that happened in Aba, I'm not going to speak about it. I've paid my homage to them, but until I ascertain what have transpired, who sent those boys out, and whatnot, then I can offer an opinion towards it. So if we go back on Uchemofo, dilemma, he'll be asking, what have happened to Uchemofo of all people? But because Uchemofo was that rock that was holding these individuals, I will give you a scenario. When Uchemofo suspended Okachi in the United Kingdom, George Ume was the first person. I never challenged Uchemofo. I'm very fair with you because I'm not up there, because he shouldn't be in our own where we are. But all I said is that the person that was challenging Uchemofo then, which is our coordinator, said no. And I've been in serious meeting. Then this Austin Albani, which is European rep, and this Chikedozium are the same people telling him. Because to be fair, Okachi was doing his job as a national coordinator, which appointed him, recommended by Ozuoka. But that does not change anything. He's our national coordinator. And we must, and I said it to one of my comrades, I said, my stand then has not changed. Even though today, what Okachi have contributed in United Kingdom that I, George, never expected him to be in his position that he is today. As an elderly man, he is. But my position don't change because I know I was not doing it for him. I don't know him, and I don't have to do it for him. I'm doing it for the struggle and this oath I have sworn. But everybody that are talking today, if we see Uchemofo in anywhere, like Onyendi said, buy him a drink. As of today, anywhere you see Uchemofo, George Ume is telling you, buy him a drink. Because do you know where Supreme Leader came from? Uchemofo enacted our leader as a Supreme Leader when they have done everything. How many leaders did they front in 2015 to 2018 to 2017 before Onyendu was granted a stringing bell? They never see the light of the day. What is happening today? Anybody somewhere claiming anything, it is not them. The person you will hold accountable is the person that's supposed to manage IPOB when Onyendu is not there. Who is claiming that he is one leading you, Chikedozium? Where is Chikedozium for the past 3 months? I told Chikedozium the day you called George Ume in Radio Biafra was the day you buried yourself alive. Now they're sending the mad dog that's sniffing dust in when people are bragging. Because, when people are talking sometimes, you need to be very, very, very attentively to listen to them, their words, what they use, and how we go about questioning people. You live in Kuwait. Kuwait might have oil, but Kuwait is still a desert. And for one, I don't even care. The other day they said that somebody that have a SIA will be a professor in security. Our people, right? That is why other tribes in Nigeria always look at our people. They know we have everything in our disposal, but they know where our weak point is because we are gullible. We are docile. People forget so easily. China Sanwo is a professor in security in Kuwait. And somebody will be saying this thing and he will listen to this person. People will talk. After the guy smoke a lot of weed without showing his face as I'm talking here, he'll be ranting like a mad dog. Go and talk to them. Just go encourage them. Like he had him say that I was told to come because they are looking for voice. When he was selling himself, I knew. The day the guy said, I said, this guy is going somewhere. But people like us, we kept quiet and be watching. I said, I've defended Chinas and would have evidence. Because my own, I don't gossip. In UK here, even the ones they put as leadership in UK here, all these Ohanes and Dibo, they are the people that actually brought the issue. I have evidence they never cough. It's there. My own is that if you say that what I'm saying is lying, then I will give you the evidence because I don't gossip. I don't know who he is. I don't want to know him. The only thing I know is that China Sanwo is Middle East rep, which is a hierarchy in IPOB. Is Middle East rep. So I don't think he will be saying things negative about him and your principal officer in the principal officers forums. George Ume will not keep quiet. Those that live in UK here, a couple people responded in that particular thing, but the vast majority of them was silent. Because in the course of agony, those that keep silent are the real enemy. That's where when they were planning this in the UK, when they started this particular cabal, they will be giving you a private phone call. I know so many of them that there's a particular guy. I have his recorded phone call for 48 minutes. I don't record people. That's why I allowed him to be ranting. One day, I'll open that particular, because I've warned him many times. Stop going where you're going. It's not decent. I recorded his voice. I kept it for a reason. I will stop here. Then there's another thing I just want to go stale through stuffs, and I went through the letter, and now I just want to show something here. I know people have seen this, but the reason why I'm putting this up here is very, very important for our people to understand where the Chike Dozemi is going to. If you look at this flyer here, this flyer was a fraudulent flyer they created last week. They said they're having fundraising and ESN. It's not ESN. And put our leader's picture. Some of my comrades did program on the weekend. The American team, they did program concerning this issue, but I'm reiterating it because our people, we are docile, so we quickly to forget things. But I want people to, this particular flyer is seen here as it is now. You can't see IPOB because where IPOB is here is blanked up, right? So what you're seeing here is Biafra Community Australia is inviting you to schedule Zoom meeting. Topic Australia ESN fundraising. You ask yourself, which ESN? Because today, if people that were in Aba today were ESN, according to them, on the amateur video I saw, somebody was shouting on that particular video. This is one thing I have said over time. Every time these people send our people somewhere, they will signal the zoo to kill our people. Like I said, I'm not going to comment on this tonight. But somebody was, whoever that are recording that audio, which I have here, I'm not going to play, was commenting, shouting that this is ESN, Abia State Command. And they were the people that Nigerian soldier or police shot one of them today, or somebody else were dead, and so many are wounded. I will leave it there. Because over time, they want to demonstrate to some gullible people that the money they have been extorting from people, they're using it for ESN. And ESN, they're using it for George, you may don't know. But only God will judge the evildoers. So why I'm brought this up again tonight is that I know that this fundraising, they have done it for those that contributed money. Know that the money you contributed, that money, you've been defrauded. Just like we defrauded here in United Kingdom. We've done 2 fundraising here. The first one we did was ESM fundraising. We raised over £38,000. That money, nobody knows where it is till tomorrow morning. It's not accounted for. Before they went to do the illegal fundraising for so-called lobby, legal lobby in UK that don't exist. We have parliamentary system here. The 12,000 they raised there, nobody knows where that money is. Before they did the last one, they just did. After all this whole problem started, where me and then started problem was the last fundraising they did. I refused to send the money. That money I sent every single money to where they're supposed to go to, including Austria, Germany, Italy, and United Kingdom, United States of America. 4 countries I send money. I have the evidence because my own I don't. Everything is in the email. That's why I look at them and say these are clowns. For you who does not know, because you know one thing, yeah. Over years, Onyendu has been shouting and preaching. To be honest with you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Chineke cannot kill that man. I don't know where that God come from. But Onyendu knew everything. That is why I don't waver in things I do. So, like I said, and if you go back to Chike Dozem's name, is blanked off as well. I'm gonna put this flyer out tonight after this program. I'll post this in our UK platform for sake of clarity. So those who does not know that Chike Doziem now is the leader of Biafra community, just for your information, Chike Doziem is not the person that Onyendu left to manage IPOB on his absent. On his absent, they say he's an absent. Absent but eligible. Onyendu is in a process of the cause of what we are fighting for. He didn't give in. But you are in your own comfort zone in Switzerland, sold out. But Mazi Nandekano is in solitary confinement for the past 20 months. You have not given up. But you give up on your basement in Switzerland. Compromised. You guys has been, people be asking, Madam Nenya should give us account. Which money, where is our money? For the past 15 months, where is the money? Because they started with ESN. Now they went into everything. They took everything. As we are talking, as we're speaking now. For those that are still contributing. Because this is what you see they're doing sometimes, show of force, is just to justify. Because I'm going to play some video. Some of you that have forgotten about things they have labeled ESN. ESN was formed under necessity. And only to make it clear to the whole world. And that is why nobody questioned when the ESN was formed. ESN was formed to protect our forests and bushes, to protect our mothers and fathers and brothers that are farming, because Fulani marauders, the terrorists in uniform, that Fulani caliphate, that Buhari, the dead Buhari, which is the Jubril El Sudani, that one I run away, who is wearing the mask, we don't know. Call his own kit and kin across West Africa to invade our land. ESN is found in the bush, not in the city. That is why anytime you see somebody make a cynical comment about ESN in township, you ask yourself, this person, who are they sending these messages to? Who are they sending these messages to? Very, very fundamental question some of you have not sat down and asked yourselves. We are not here to play. I'm not here to rob you behind your back. No. We lay things to bear. So this particular flyer, Chike Doziem have told you who is leading now. For your information, IPOB does not have anybody that creating any fraction name within IPOB. You're our number one, you're our primary enemy. We don't have any other name. The only name we have is IPOB, the indigenous people of Biafra. Nothing else. If you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, love it in your heart. Because so many of us have died for IPOB. Onyendu is in the DSS dungeon for IPOB. There shall not be any other name than IPOB worldwide. Under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is why, you see, they cannot do with that name, because Onyendu, this is the prophecy our leader made. Our leader said a day will come, it will become a privilege for you to be an IPOB member. Today, people have to fight, because once you fight yourself, people like us, if you want to make money on social media to be propagating lies and falsehood, nah. We have gone beyond that. We came out to do what? We have sworn an oath and we knew why we are here. The objective that brought us out is what we are following. That part, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that seed Onyendu have sowed. If it is not his, I'm not interested. I don't have permanent friend or permanent enemy. The day you do contrary to what we have agreed on, what the code of conduct has said, you're not my enemy, but we cannot hang out anymore. Because there's nothing holding me and you together. That ideology is no longer there. And that ideology is the love we have for ourselves. And that is why we took oath, so that I cannot be afraid of you. I don't know if you believe in the oath. Because if you believe, you wouldn't do contrary. So this flyer, Chike Doziem now, for your information, is the new leader of Biafra community. Remember when Ima Powerful wrote something, and even as Sahara Reporter carried it, that IPOB have a new leader. They were watering the ground, but they found out that we are there. And that is why today you can't see Chike doesn't come out to talk. That cowardice that lives in desert, they're ranting like a mad dog, come out and be talking unguardedly. Even IPOB, I will tell you why IPOB has been mentioned in the index of terrorism with IEP. Because of unguarded statement. But I want them to understand that at the end of the day, like I said it before, every single one of them will have their date in court. China Sanwo-Olu, Chike Doziem, they all going to have their day. Because the crime they have committed against humanity in Biafra land, they're not going to get away with it. Chike Doziem said that I will play his voice. I say, I will take the responsibility because Onyendu did not tell him the reason why. He asked them to suspend the seat at home that have cost millions of lives in Biafra, say thousands, because they don't count in people they have killed. When you don't know amount of people that die, they might run a million. And China Sanwo-Olu still a cowardice, somebody that his face is not anywhere. Those that try to show him, people are not looking for him. We come on Radio Biafra and be threatening people. And the same Radio Biafra, the guy tell you that DSS is listening to, is where he came out and making a bold on threatening lawyers, attorneys that representing IPOB. And a couple weeks later, IPOB name surfaced on one IEP index as the most deadliest terrorist organization in the world. And they come the next time telling you that they are working on them. They are working secretly. As they are working secretly, they release our leader. When a man told you they are working secretly, Onyendu has been here for the last 20 months. What is the secret? What are you working on? All the international lawsuit IPO we have gone into, these people has not got clue what has transpired. Even Kenya. How did we establish the fact that Onyendu traveled to Kenya? If people have forgotten that it was China Sanwo-Olu was the same person, the first person that come to Radio Biafra and accused Canon Takano selling our leader. He will tell you that MAZI and the kind of brothers, the way they come on social media. Like I said, when people, I said this long time ago, anything I say, go back on if I made a broadcast or people that know me personally, if I spoke to you, I said something. I know people are called friends that I speak in privately. When some of them will be so emotional, I will say, calm down. After you spoke to me, I will give you a word of advice. But after, when that thing has passed, I will call you and say, remember the day you were saying that thing and what I said to you. China Sanwo-Olu was the first person. After he approached Canon Takano to take over as a leader, Canon Takano declined. Canon Takano became their worst enemy. Before they mentioned Simon Ekpa's name, then all hell let loose, because I don't talk about Simon Ekpa. You know why? Because Simon Ekpa has got no responsibility under IPOB. We said this from day one, that it was a mere distraction. If they are doing something for Biafra that they believe, all and good for them. But I took out. I hold responsible those that I knew that all of us have sworn an oath, and under Onyendu appointed all of you and gave you a responsibility. You are my primary problem. Not people that are catching cruise is not my issue. So China Sanwo-Olu started all this whole thing. If some people, our people forget things, but we don't forget. We go back from the foundation of everything that has transpired. China Sanwo-Olu was the first person I mentioned Canon Takano's name as the suspect that sold Onyendu. After when even Ejiofor, the one that is working with him, Ejiofor is a devil incarnate himself. Devil's advocate, that's what Ejiofor is. He came out and wrote memo that Onyendu said that Caroline or Madam Nenya, Canon Takano has got nothing to do with those that sold him out. For one day, Chike Doziem never ever in his lifetime write memo to back it up as a Mr. Memo, or even to comment about it, to show you that I've been dead, that these people are devilish. Till tomorrow morning. And the next person that came again is Abane. The nitwit himself, the devil himself, Austin Abani. That guy is gorilla is far better off than Austin Abani. Came out and said that IPOB is not a family business. But Austin Abani forgot to tell that him and Chike Doziem, all of them have this from the same kindred. All of them. As they are appointing people, look at all the people they are appointing. All of them, majority of them are from Olu. Only Ikechukwu, Onora, the one they locked out in a few of them. There's some other people, some good Olu people as well, that have not been carried away with nepotism. Because anything they say you're doing, that thing they do it 10 times. Anything, agent or provocateur, when you use the word provocateur, that is the architect of the agent of provocateur. Today, they're telling you you're blackmail. Imagine China Sanwo opening his God to talk about blackmail. Is it one blackmail, two blackmail? I will remind you. MAZI here, they say MAZI was Darlington. It was when he fall out with them, they start ranting. Just like they're ranting now among themselves. You know, I can't see you go born on China. And mark my word, any one of you that have spat on no who kind of family, I still don't go judge you, man, because I'm blemished. Your generation unborn will reap the rot that you have sowed. But for avoidance of that, why I'm reminding you tonight is when they start to be emotional about their own evil they orchestrated. When you push back, they call it blackmail. When they can't find their way, they call you agent or provocateur. But guess what? We are not deterred, because we owe no apology to any idiot. But I'm just reminding some of you that are under stupor, that cannot reason, that your frontal lobe has not up to tomorrow morning been activated. And being, driven away with emotional, our people with emotional and sentiment. I don't believe in emotional and sentiment. I believe in reality, and I believe that I want to be treated the way I want to be treated is how I treat people. I treat people better than how I want to be treated. And that is our leader for you. So, just I will fly this flyer. They have those that pay money into this account. Just know that your money, you have not learned anything from IPOB. That is why when someone tells you leadership, whatever the DOS said goes. Who is DOS? If whatever DOS says goes, so what Mazinani says, what does he go to? Into the ocean. Wake up, because all of you have gradually, killing yourself, smelling yourself, thinking you are doing our leader. And I just want to, I'm not going to be talking about all this tonight, but because I think probably weekend, I'm going to do a broadcast or so. I'm not sure yet, but I just want to be a little bit brief on this, yeah? Because at the end of the day, this particular issue of IPE, if I'm not mistaken, as you're looking at the screen here, the American Veterans of Igbo Descendant, which is the AVID. This is their press release they released on the release. I think it was on October 7, 2022. When they mentioned IPOB in their own index and whatnot as global index on 2022, and it's misleading. So just I want to let you guys know that IPOB and those that believe in our leader, there are so many flanks that are working assiduously to make sure that our people and land of Biafra is being protected. And Avid are one of them, and they are loyal to Onyenduma and Nandekano. I just want to bring that to your notice for avoidance of that. For those that say they are doing something secret, if you know anything you're doing secret, come and tell us. Ejiofor for all people, or the Chike Doziem, or China Sanwo know what the rendition was. Just like the ruling in United Kingdom here, which I'm gonna flash, because this is why you know the people that you are dealing with. When this ruling came out, they were mocking themselves. MAZI and the Kano. And some people don't understand the magnitude of Biafra having sued a United Kingdom in their own court. The three arm of government in the United Kingdom was taken to court. And they acknowledge what have transpired with our leader. That to commission an inquiry was the sitting, this particular sitting, forced them to commission an inquiry. I have the inquiry here. But some people don't know. They're telling you, Ejiofor is in the zoo. He's not an international lawyer. For all due respect, he doesn't know nothing. Because the zoo, a judicial system does not function. If it's function, why are they still in the DSS dungeon? So the same mentality, he's there, you know, feeding large through the detriment of our leader. Kenyan, how do we establish that MAZI Nnamdi? Because if the time they were calling Canon Takano, asking him about where Onyende is, Canon Takano actually started talking to them. You jeopardize all the effort that we could have made to get all the evidence about Onyende being in Kenya. I want to tell you that today. But when this came out, they jumped up. The era start writing. They don't even know. They don't even know. They don't understand the magnitude that even the UK guidance was there. These people were there on the day of this sitting. And somebody will tell you that IPOB lose case. Lose which case? Are you guys for real? Or we have a time to sit down to lecture you. Today, Ejimako wrote something about references, because all the references that Judge Swift picked up, that what happened in the zoo, was majority of the job of Ejimako have done. Even the only thing that made them get anything out of zoo was rendition. Did Ejiofor know what rendition is? Ejiofor could not establish that MAZI Nnamdi house was invaded in 14 September 2017. Ejiofor could not fight that legally in Bintayaku's court. That clown could not establish that there was an invasion by the zoo government in Onyendu's house in 14th of September. And he's telling you after he went to see Onyendu, after I have drank a lot of beer, he will be writing jargon, copy and paste it. Do you think we are stupid or dumb? That was when Soludo found out that all of them are clowns. Soludo demanded that Onyendu be released and brought to the government house. Now they kick against it. Because they know that Onyendu will come out. Onyendu will come out. MAZI Nnamdi will come out. And all of you will eat your own selves alive. You're fresh. So, like I said, because I haven't been out there for a long time, so I'm just going through all this now. Before we actually get on to the idiot that I want to talk about. It's just like this was one of the write-up they wrote some time ago about Ejiofor. I want to be released before the end of Buhari government. Nnamdi Kanu tells UK government, these things are lies. These are lies. These are things they're pushing out there. These are lies. This never says something. Ejiofor is him. Nobody else. Canon Takano tweeted here. Vanguard News was the person that published that nonsense. And Canon Takano always be prompt in what he does. He tells them instantly that your source of information at Ejiofor barrister is a double agent. He benefits from the whole saga, and he does not represent MAZI Nnamdi Kanu or IPOB. Your information is false. I want FG to list me before Buhari leaves. Kanu tells UK. You know, These are people that have vowed that they will drag our leader's name into mud. They have seen Onyendu as their way of life. And you sit back and ask yourself, where have we gone wrong? Where have we gone wrong? Another thing again, I want to let Biafrans know, these are one of the, you see, Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals. Because something some of you don't know is that Chike Doziem, including this Chika Sanworu, they are all working for DSS, for your information. Some of you guys don't know this, but it's true. In IPOB, you don't ask principal officer to send money to send you their address, their home address, their phone number, their email, because they're sending money. Chike Doziem has got nothing to do with our finance officer, because now they will get all your information. When you say no to them, they will pass your information to the DSS. They don't hide it. I have audio here. The guy that in South Africa that taking Mbulumiri said it open. China Sanworu is ordering people to keep people in Biafra land, even to send it to DSS. I have the audio here. Time permits me, I will play it. I don't play it today, I will play it in my next broadcast. But I'm saying to you, as a principal officer, even through Madam Nenyanya days, I communicated to Madam Nenyanya directly when I started North London here. Madam Nenyanya never for one day asked me to send my name and my address and this, that. No. We use PayPal or transfer to our international account. All you need to pay and send your evidence of payment with your template. That's it. Everything is electronic. Now, they want you to do all of that. Email them and send them to WhatsApp. Now, they will change it now. Switch it over from WhatsApp to Signal. These are 419ers. I said it before. These are old 419ers in Lagos. All these people are large before they travel to Switzerland. Go and check these people's record. These are Hopus Odoma's brothers. And this is what they've been doing for the rest of their life. Especially this one they call us Sinaban. When you look at him, you find out that this guy, when they talk about Igbo large in Lagos, these people did this to the core. They have got no remorse. And they are petty in mind. They will do anything. It is not today. I have evidence of him, even when he was here, instructing us to pay money, which I paid. I have evidence. Like I said, I'm a principal officer. I don't come in here and say things I don't know. Our national coordinator in United Kingdom here is there. If he says he's lying, I will give you evidence in conversation I have with you in WhatsApp. You can delete it today, but I've already screenshot them. I have them. Secured. He says he's lying, I will give it to you. I paid my own money, I gave. But then we didn't know. Because when they have come to the level, I said that on no account do you tax anybody for money. But sometimes because things are moving, you say no problem. Money is not issue. But it's not clear. The first time I contacted that moron that lives that used to be in what's it called? In Zimbabwe or I don't know, one of all these African countries. It's because of when they're talking about Finland. Can you imagine coordinator borrowing money from IPOB pocket? What are you holding the money for? Just like Michael Iruanya was trying to advise Ogro. Michael Iruanya said he was the national coordinator for Italy. And so flipping what? You were national coordinator to Italy, Michael Iruanya. He lives in United Kingdom now. I don't know if in Liverpool you live or not. Then, after you left Italy, you were still in UK, coordinating Italy. Who said that? And I read one of your content. He said he left 8,000 euro in Italy coffin. And I'm asking you, Michael Iruanya, the 8,000 euro he left, what was the money meant for? Madam Nenya comes to Biafra every day and announce that nobody keeps IPOB money. We have an account to gather money every month. All the money goes to the designated account. What was the 8,000 euro doing in the account before he left Italy? Was the money, what is it meant for? Because this is how you guys started stealing IPOB fund. Withholding IPOB money, the money baganya. What was the money meant for? You're advancing Ogro. But you told, in one of your, I said this 8,000. I'm asking, what was the money meant for? This is how you guys expose yourselves. You don't hold IPOB money. Because we have an international account. That's where all our money goes to. This is how all this cabal starts. Every place you guys go, you build cabals, people that will be loyal to you. I'm not loyal to anybody. My loyalty goes to IPOB and the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. And end of discussion. Any day you do contrary, I don't care who you are, I will shred you. Like I'm doing here now. Because some of you will be ranting, talking. In your closets, you'll be ranting. But the reality, you can't face it. I didn't know that these people brought this wretched mind. Onyendu told us to forget about this buying and selling mind if you want to join IPOB. But you guys said no. So anybody telling you to give them their address, be very, very careful. There's nothing Chikedozium that I'm seeing now with these guys, as with the vicious they are. They have killed home and abroad. Take it to bank, I said it. Because if we that lives here abroad, contributing our hard earned money and time, will be treated the way we treated, what about those that they're providing for in Biafra land? What would they do to them? Chinas, I want to come to Radio Biafra and call majority of the dedicated ESN commander's name and send Nigerian DSS to them to kill all of them. Some of you don't know that. They confirm me with their own word. You question me, I have the tape. I give it to you. I don't gossip. And he come to the Biafra again and threaten people. I'll play his voice here. He's now the top terrorist. Because that's what he is. He sent media warrior after Iraq, then they will send them on the ground to them. We have this audit record. This is a testimony. If you don't know. Like I said, there must be a day for you guys. There must be a day for you guys. Mark my words somewhere. Continue ranting. Just know that whatever you say is kept for you. Tupac said that he said that revenge is the sweetest you let's get to pussy. The day of reckoning are fast approaching. Mark my words somewhere. So I'll just going through all this, and all these are things I should have done long ago, but because of some circumstances, the election has come and gone. I remember there was somebody that called me United Kingdom here, which somebody I respected, was talking about, oh, why don't we just support Obi now? These are people that were contributing money in IPOB voluntarily. Talking about Obi, why don't we focus now to get Obi for us, this, that. And I sit down and said, Jesus Christ. You know why I've kept mute? I never talked about this all this while? Because I know what was going to happen. And then now the Kano, Onyendu have worked under this P2B you're seeing here. Something some of you don't know is that MAZI Nnamdi was the chairman of the whole APOGA in Europe. Onyendu was one time the chairman of APOGA in Europe. Now, Onyendu have served under this individual. When the issue of why I know that our people, when I start saying it that time, I used to write a little bit about it. People will say, oh, but what of other people? This man called P2B. If P2B didn't know what happened to Ezu River, did P2B commission any commission of inquiry? Did he commission? Was he any commission of inquiry about to ascertain what happened in Ezu River till tomorrow morning? Even he made a reference in one of his when he was doing this ranting that is ranting about how he's dealt with them. But our people forget about all these things. Look, I see Wazwike was talking. I'm not gonna start playing Wazwike flip-flops because Onyendu said that the vulture will eat his corpse. Imagine that these guys that are ranting, they possess the kind of power that MAZI Nnamdi kind of possess. Onyendu warned about you killing your own. I said tonight I'm taking it bit by bit. So when you went to if you have ears here, because what we are preaching here is a gospel from heaven. There's no prejudice whatsoever. You can hear from my mouth. I don't say something I don't know. I'm on that oath. And that oath, I don't know if some of you value it. When I took my oath in United Kingdom here, there's a word I said, and I've said to them, I said, release my video. I authorize you to release my video. What I said at the end of my oath taking. I don't change. So, the point I'm making here, I said it from day one, P2B is a distraction. Now they say they're going to court. The court is a distraction either. The guy have sold out, he's done the job they asked him to do, but he want to still engage some of you moron because they're drifting your attention from the reality. And that is the evidence of what is happening in Lagos. And they come in Lagos, they gave him votes now to Kunle. He go and listen to Kunle and Alaji's conversation. What they're going to do to you guys. That is, these people are walking ahead. That Pastor Bosu said about the Muslim, how they look at I said about today. Did you see that? Go and listen to Bosu. All the strategy the man said about coming to the southern east to south, if you want to use that word, all of them now are manifested. Kunle and Alaji. This is what's happening in Lagos now. But who did they use to perfect it? P2B. Because P2B knows that P2B will never rule Nigeria. It doesn't matter if the so-called youths, where are there? The so-called celebrity, where are they? How many days are they going to engage? How many bullet and helicopter gunship do they have? So we'll start with this. That is a British company, for your information. Don't forget he went to Westminster. And now Boris Johnson, when he was Prime Minister, now he has went back. Probably they have a secret meeting which he is involved there. And some of you are jumping. That is what we talk about, taking a stand. Have you ever seen me posting anything in Nigerian politics? It has got nothing to do with us. As an IPOB member, I have no business with Nigerian politics. What they do is not of our interest. Our primary concern is how to restore Biafra. What they do or what they didn't do, it is not my business. But for your information, let it be on record. Because in Ki Azwa, forgive everybody. That is why I say, if I judge you, told you I have any sympathy, man, then I don't have. I said it. This is my own stand. Tomorrow morning. And I'm not here to campaign for them. No. I live here in United Kingdom. I'm comfortable. What am I doing here? I'm wasting my time and my money and all that. They think I'm stupid if I don't know what I'm doing. What do I need to lose? I'm in a safe haven. So why do I care? I care because people fought for this country I'm living. And MAZI now kind of opens my eyes. And I see the light. And I've taken a stand. And that's what I'm urging all of you to do. Your 1 feet cannot be in Nigeria, the other feet is in Biafra. And that's why they can easily get all of you. And they have tested. Now you see, we are shouting for Biafra. Did you see how they drift all of your attention? Including the mechanician of Chike, because all these things is pre-planned to destroy IPOB within, and people will lose interest. And some of you will bite on it. But you know one joy I have? Because MAZI Nankan gave us number. He said that I need only 100 men when we started before the women start coming. With clean heart, that Biafra will be restored. When he came out 2019, they asked him, he said he have not fired up to 3 men before Chimofo even started his own, in his own madness. And now here we are. Now we realize that Uchimofo was an angel. Like I said, I was touching some stuff. I was there to them. So I think that settles that. So now, like I said, the Commission of Inquiry to the Foreign Affairs, maybe some of you didn't see this publication, the Foreign Affairs Select Committee Inquiry into the foreign, which is a FCTO, and the state of levels of hosting institution, is publication and submission by Bisman LLP. So That's what the Commission of Inquiry they held before the verdict came out. So because all these things, we'll be following them all closely. But like I said, I won't have much time to go deeper in all this. I will just say through with them because of time. Now, I want to address one thing here. And that thing I want to address, I want to open everybody's mind up. Because as all you know, Chikedoziem was once come out on Radio Biafra, I think if I'm not mistaken, on January. And he never had them again see the board of the so-called board of DOS come out to come and rant on Radio Biafra. Because these individuals, they know that they're diminishing on a daily basis. Now, the only option they have is to use somebody that actually people don't know who he is and hold no position in IPOB for your information. I've said this over time. China Sanwo-Olu cannot, faceless monk like him cannot say he's a member of DOS. Just like I, George, I'll be saying I'm a member of DOS. What is your portfolio in DOS? A failed one. One-time Middle East whelp that he could not salvage. I just want to lay the foundation. Now, because of the building cabal, who is going to lead IPOB become an issue? Chikedoziem is incapable. He's a vegetable. It's nowhere to be found. What they're now doing is that they managed to corner some monks to stifle IPOB fund, just like what they did in Germany. Use the one they call Collins, the expel former national coordinator to close IPOB worldwide account. All these things, they come out bluntedly to fight Onyendu. But Onyendu, everybody that is an IPOB member, one thing you must understand is, you see this memo of Nnemeka Ejiofor is the only reference point for everybody that is a principal officer and non-principal officer of IPOB. To understand that where we are in this particular moment of IPOB and Biafra agitation is that appointed time. The prophecy of our leader, all only in this prophecy has come to pass. I want you to pay attention. We're in a very crucial moment. And a very few people will pass this particular, you see this particular time we are in. There's very few of us. We triumph. We cross this particular finishing line. It's detrimental. So whatever you do today, drive your point reference from this memo. Because Onyendu lay it to bed. And then Nnemeka, now they have resorted to threatening people. They have resorted to threatening people. But one thing I want to bring your mind in tonight is this. ESN was formed solemnly to protect our forests and to guide our mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters, those are farmers in Biafra land, against the marauders and terrorists in uniform. ESN does not have fractions. ESN never had fractions until China Sanwo-Olu started coming on Radio Biafra. But some of you have forgotten things China Sanwo-Olu have said in the past, and some of things he fronted before as ESN. The killer squad they brought out, just like when he said he's going to send people on the ground. Those people, they're now armed to kill anybody that opposed them. Because as we are here, if not because we are in a system. There was one guy in UK here threatening people they're going to pour people acid. That kind of a word, when you're using them on people, and you can actually prove where you open your mouth and say that in this country, you end up in prison. You end up in prison. He's threatening people. It's not like when sometimes when you see people talking, any man that talk too much cannot do jack. You are the weakest link. You are the weakest link. As you can see what they're doing online now, you see how they're dragging themselves in the mud. The day you open your filthy mouth against the scent is the day you lay curse upon your generation. I warn all of you, but you won't listen. Now, I want to play two videos here. concerns ESN, courtesy of this guy, this faceless monk they call China Sanwo-Olu. The cowardice they call China Sanwo-Olu. The things he sold to some of you because they are trying to justify the money that have been embezzling. All the money they have stolen from IPOB, they are trying to justify it. And what they do is they cause mayhem in Biafra land. Because the cleans that are going on in Biafra land, they contributed 80% of it. It's on record. I want to take us back, like these particular individuals here.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Now, the reason why I play these videos is very, very important. I need to give you my reason why for it. Because, you know, our people are very, very quick to forget things. And you see, when people start overrating themselves, that is where we start having problems. Like I said, MAZI Nandekano has never announced China Sanwo-Olu affiliating with ESN. Get my point. Get what I'm saying here. Neither has he mentioned his name in any way attaching to ESN. There's so many people that have been emissary to Onyendo, including Canon Takano 1 year worker, is younger, is one of his emissary. He didn't even announce. Now, if you really want to fight for our leader, because when someone is sending bad signal to the enemy, it's very easy to know. You brought ESN and matching them up in the video, telling Buhari to obey court order. You don't go to war and tell your enemy your strategy to that war. That's number one. And people calling him that is a security professor. I'm sorry. I've witnessed war in recent age. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. That's for one is a signal to the enemy. This ESN one command, and some of you have forgotten when they brought the ones from Ohofia, the cadet ones. After that, the zoo soldiers invaded us, Ohofia, massacre people in Ohofia, that they are going to be arresting people. Where are those people today? Those cadet ones, where are they today? Have you asked questions? Where are they? What are they doing? This death squad you see here is what they've been using to massacre people in Biafra land. Where he come out openly and tell you that if you come out and say things you see, or if a lawyer pass message that he cannot go to get a message. So what is he implying? So they should stop delivering message. That's abandonment of our leader, MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know you guys understand the magnitude of what this guy is doing and what he has said. This is what they've been doing. But don't forget, like I said, karma is real. You see all those people today you guys are using to attack those ones you can attack. He have started though. This is just a warm-up. All of you will eat your own flesh, one after another. As long as you guys came into IPOB, people have died with their blood. Want to turn it into a mockery. To blackmail somebody that did nothing. Blackmail people that have paid with their blood. Blackmail people that have paid with their resources and their time. Karma is real. I'm refreshing your mind about Chinasa Nworu. Because Chinasa Nworu is irrelevant. I want to make it abundantly clear. And Chinasa Nworu is not ESN commander. He has not been. It won't be. MAZI Nnamdi Kanu as our leader did not lead us. If you remember, 2015, they told him, if you want to lead us, come back home. After, even if he went back in 2012, Bill Sinatai came back, went back in 2014, went back in Biafra land, preaching and everything. People still say, come back. And then he went back again in 2015. After he came back from Biafra land, before now he start making wave, they say, come back if you know you want to restore Biafra. Onyendu went back home. And you want to lead people from where? You want to command who from where? You know, my brother, I have witnessed rebel war. So you don't tell me a commander, what commander is and what commander could do. That's jobs you don't do remotely. As we see COVID, there's some jobs you don't do remotely. When you're doing it remotely, until people must have built trust on you. Like Onyendu can remotely do whatever he wants to do because why? He have laid the foundation. And then who the heck are you? Who are you? To call people on phone telling them you command them. Do you know what that means? Because they give you a message to pass to one person or the other, and they think they can hijack something you know nothing about, and now turn it into making it a mockery. All of you. ESN was built. Nobody knows how ESN was formed till the day it was unveiled. That is how IPOB operates. But you come to Radio Biafra and you wear people bread and threatening people, doing all manner of nonsense. And now you have come to that level that you will come to the hallowed platform on Radio Biafra now, threatening our attorneys and threatening Onyendu's family with your ragtag killing machine in Biafra land. And I think we don't have the record. Anyway, I'm going to play his two voices here. I'm going to shut this program down. Like I said, it's been a while. I don't want to be carried away. And let me just listen to these two more. But the reason why I'm bringing you, because when this guy comes to Radio Biafra and be ranting, some of you shouldn't be paying attention to what he said. He simply come to Radio Biafra to give information to the enemy. He's not speaking in any shape or form to the betterment of IPOB on any way to release MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. Everything Chinasa Nworu utter is words. All the word that come out of his mouth is something that detrimental to our leader. But because of Onyendu is a righteous man, because what's happening in Biafra land is on record with their own mouth where they confess that Onyendu actually told them, suspend that seat at home. That has brought all the turmoil that we are facing today in Biafra land. So they are liable to whatever that has transpired or whatever that is going on now in Biafra land. And now Chinasa Nworu and the cowardice himself have already come out again and threatening people openly. People are writing something, but you are the person that started propagating lies, blackmailing people online, and you think you can win? My brother, when you see, nobody's a monopoly of violence. You might be thinking that because you know one or two people, my brother, forget. Where you stop is where somebody starts. And that is not what we are here for. We are here to make a betterment of our people, to restore Biafra. That's why Mazi two parents have passed away. That is why thousands and millions of Biafrans on this recent time of IPOB have come out with bare hand and challenged the zoo. Some of you have forgotten about high school. Some of you have forgotten the head bridge journey. Some of you have forgotten Mpo. Igbocha. Now, what you're talking about is about who you are. IPOB leadership. China Sanwo-Olu, who are you leading? And who made you the leadership of IPOB? If I may ask you this fundamental question. It is a shame. I'm not asking those sheepishly, depressed and gullible, docile individual saying the following HND. Which is HND? It is like when you are working in your workplace. A scenario. Now, your supervisor is disrespecting your manager. And he tell me you are loyal to your supervisor. How do you explain that to me? In your face, your supervisor is disrespecting your manager at work. Let me put it in that. I don't want to go too much. I don't want to go too high. And you want to tell me that you will now respect that your supervisor. I'll stop there. Let's listen.
Draw a better picture of what they will be doing when they go to visit Onyendu. Mazi, these people have manipulated Onyendu at a point. It remains to say, shut down ESN, dissolve the DOS, everybody go home and sleep. This they have manipulated Onyendu almost to that point. They have manipulated Onyendu. Mazi, what you have to ask yourself, the siblings of Onyendu, let them come in the public. And they say, this is what China Sanwo-Olu did to them. With evidence. Let them come. Any accusation you lay against somebody, let them come bring the evidence. Forget about blackmail. No. They won't. Whatever they do from the day they brought Onyendu, they revisioned Onyendu, the Nigerian government is also working on them. From day one, they wanted the DOS to be dissolved. The day they brought Onyendu, that was the day they start fighting for DOS to be dissolved. Sack Chike, sack China Sanwo-Olu, sack ESN, everybody go home. You understand me? We look at them, they are not looking how far we have come. They are not looking, but their wickedness, their greed, their evil heart, they know who they are working for, or for what any reason they want to destroy the leadership. I have said in many occasions, if Onyendu wants his brothers to lead the struggle, it's very simple. Onyendu can also give instruction and tell them, hey, you go and become the leader of those who want to support him, those who feel they have offered their service, will go and sit down. You must not serve in every government that comes up. Everybody must understand that. And I'm using this opportunity this night, Mazi. Whether you are IPOB lawyer, whether you are special counsel to I am saying this thing this evening. From Monday, IPOB members, everybody listening. If you see anybody, whether it is Onyendu siblings, whether it is any lawyer, he says he's representing IPOB. He comes outside on social media and writes nonsense that will affect the struggle. Every media warrior descend on that person. If we find him on social media with us, we will send ESN on ground to pursue him. Because we send ESN on ground to pursue him. because we sent ESN on ground to pursue him. Because we sent ESN on ground to pursue him. Because they are the one causing trouble in this struggle. Just the visit, they went and visited Onyendu. We have seen Onyendu want to sack the legal team. We have heard this thing before. We have heard it before. People, we have things to report to Onyendu, but we feel Onyendu is in solitary confinement. We cannot take some issue. We want him. People, we have things to report to Onyendu, but we feel Onyendu is in solitary confinement. We cannot take some issue. People, we have things to report to Onyendu, but we feel Onyendu is in solitary confinement. We cannot take some issue. We want him to be in a good state of the mind. We cannot take some issue. We want him to be in a good state of the mind. We want him, we can only deliver the message because also, number one, the GO4 or all these lawyers, none of them is an IPOB member. There is no way we will deliver our message and that message will get to Onyendu the way. There is no way we will deliver our message and that message will get to Onyendu the way we want it to get to Onyendu. It is impossible. There is no way we will deliver our message and that message will get to Onyendu the way we want it to get to Onyendu. It is impossible. What they call Chinese whisper. There is no way we will deliver our message and that message will get to Onyendu the way we want it to get to Onyendu. It is impossible. What they call Chinese whisper. By the time you drop that message to AGO4, maybe he didn't go this week. 2 weeks he didn't go to see Onyendu. After 3 weeks, you send him that message will never be delivered. To avoid misinterpretation of the message given to him, you give him a very light message. And all the lawyers, let me make it very clear. Onyo from Habro, to Ejimako, to Nemeka, to Maswell, any one of them comes out on social media and the right case that is bringing confusion for IPOB family, we won't spare the person. For 1 year and 8 months, we have respected everybody. By now, 1 year, 8 months, I am making it very clear this night so that people, those going on Monday, go and tell Onyendu in the video that this is what Chinasa said already. That if any lawyer, number one, these lawyers are not IPOB members. Some of these lawyers are crossing their boundary. They go the places, they take money on behalf of IPOB. They go there on behalf of IPOB leadership. They go take money on legal. At the end of the day, who is taking the bad debt? IPOB leadership. They go on social media, they write nonsense. Things that are bringing confusion in an IPOB family. They will not tell, only they take their own story. Go and tell Onyendu who is in solitary confinement. Out of this, Onyendu may not, because he's not getting our message always. Out of this, Onyendu may not, because he's not getting our message always. Out of this, Onyendu may not, because he's not getting our message always. Out of this, Onyendu may not, because he's not getting our message always. There will be no question. They are misleading Onyendu with lies, with false information. From day one, all of you used to see it. They come on social media. They will sack Chike-Doziem. Onyendu will sack Chike-Doziem. He will sack the DOS. All of you are seeing it. Am I the one saying, is it not all on social media?
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
come and write this. You come and write this. Better come and be the IPOB HOD. Let them come and become the GOS. Let us rest. And this nonsense must stop. We are not going to take it from Monday. We are going to beam our satellite. Let them come out and start writing rubbish. Every day we are on damage control. This lawyer said this. They were going to take out the case from Onyendu and this is what they will be doing. And that is what they want. People that are fighting for you, MAZI, let me tell you, how many lawyers can go to stand for Onyendu? How many lawyers? Where are they? Where are they? Leave Onyendu, let them ban other cases. Every day, sorry. Every day, file. You get us after 1 year this thing. This is what causing panic everywhere on social media, on news media. We're not going to from Monday to these lawyers. It's enough with them. Come on, the right, causing panic every day in IPOB strong. Causing panic. Every Monday. If this person don't write this, another person write this, they tweet this, they do this, they do this. What is all these things? What is all this? What is all this? I want to know. It looks like IPOB leadership don't know what they're doing. We know. You come out to see Onyendu. Whatever you discuss with Onyendu. Okay, fine and good. Nobody has even changed. Nobody has a word. You come out there, you come out it. You come and defend. When the problem is finished, you must let you people. You're there and let them attack. That's when you have nonsense. And we are not going to take it. But our duty is to make sure protest will continue. Everywhere, all the places we have announced it, please already have been instructed. The protest will start. Because the code is going down and the protest will start.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Anyway, I think every one of you have listened to the voice of a vulture, and it's very, very imperative that we get the message out there. China Sanworu is a pseudonym, so far as I, George UMEH, is concerned. I don't know who this guy is, but he's fermenting a lot of falsehood and provocation, which is provocateur. Like as he said, they've been peddling lies and blackmailing people just to get their way. But as you can see, all the things he's saying here is apparently an open confession. The truth about it is that Onyendu does not give any message to this individual anymore, because Onyendu knew that these are bundles of failure. They have compromised. And to be honest with you, I won't waste my time. The reason why I'm reiterating this is for some of you that still don't know where you stand on the reality of things and how things has been played out within IPOB. Personally, I don't mimic. I say it the way it is. You might not like it, but one thing I wouldn't do is to blackmail any individual. If I want to come at you, I will make sure that I have my arsenal ready, and I have to prove whatever I've uttered, and that is my word, is my bond. There's no falsehood, there's no prejudice. Biafra Alpha Power Media International is solemnly standing in the gap of Radio Biafra, where we worship educating Biafran and exposing the evil deeds and the manipulations of Chike Doziem and his cronies, and the failure because when Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals decided that they want to see our leader die in prison, I don't know how their judgment is going to play out. But one thing I can guarantee is that our leader is aware, and he knew that things like this was going to play in. He understood. He knew the vision. He knew their capability. He knew their limitation. That is why he said all the things he said. And I can remember on one of his broadcasts, he asked us, he indulged all of us to go and watch The Enemy at the Gate. And I'm still indulging you tonight. Take a time out. Stop gossiping on social media. Sit down in your bedroom. Watch on your sitting room, if you have one. Watch The Enemy at the Gate. Then you will come in conclusion that our leader is a spirit. I've just showed you a little bit of him. And the reason why is this. And I want to indulge every single individual not to be deterred or be intimidated by the words of a cowardice. We know there are fermenting problem in our land. We know they are killing people. We have people, the real testimonies, the first-hand informations of what they have done in Biafra land. It is not something hidden anymore. We just don't speak unguardedly like they do. He come out and speak because he's talking to gullible. You know, our people are demonstrating gullibility. They speak what I want to hear. I'm not speaking what you want to hear. I'm telling you what you need to know. Facts and figures. That's what we do here. I'm not here to make you to love me. No, I'm not interested in that. My fundamental reason why I take my time out to come out here to lecture you is because I want you to understand that IPOB has a fundamental root. And we have an objective why we are doing what we are doing. And when people goes against the norms, do's and don'ts of IPOB, then it tracks what is called, it's not even, it won't say there is word treasonable felony, because these men have committed treason against IPOB. Openly. They have blackmailed people. They have led people to their death. That can be proven. So tonight, I thank all of you for listening to me. And I want to reiterate again. IPOB worldwide must stand up and do the right thing. We have only one name. People might choose to identify themselves because of the time we are in different names. But the only name we are standing on the gap for is that name IPOB will never diminish. It's a household name and is a phenomenon. That's how I will leave you tonight to be meditated. And once again, you must go on a vigorous campaign in your wherever you reside. Those that are still loyalists to MAZI, there's people that are loyal to Onyendu. And if you are one of those people that are loyal to Onyendu, you need to do the right thing. Gather yourself together, do your meetings, do your contributions, pay your money in the right account. Our new account for international wise now is our LLC in America national account. No longer our IPOB international account in Germany, as they have closed that account courtesy of Chike Doziem and his errand boy, the expelled criminal in Germany, Collins Chinedu. The fraud they committed in the account led to his closure. So I'm indulging you tonight, to every single one of you, to stand up and do the right thing. Do your contribution. Convey your meetings. You can do Zoom meetings. Do the right thing. Let's move forward and campaign for our leader. The next program I'm going to be doing is going to be centered on our leaders. And our leaders, because we all know that Awunyendi is going to come out at the end of the day, regardless what they are doing. In the first place, Onyendu has got nothing, no case to answer, which even the United Nations Human Rights Working Group have met that. Even the George Swift in the United Kingdom here acknowledged that. So we all know that our leader is a prisoner of conscience. And at the end of the day, Our duty is of us to do what he asks us to do. The only thing we do for our leader, that's why we are here. And that's why we are fighting the primary enemy. Chikedozium said that we must push across that Onyendu is in charge. This is his word. I'm not going to be playing their word tonight because I've taken a lot of time on this program. So I will only leave you with the voice of our leader concerning our finance, that any account that our head of finance, Lolo Madam Nenyanya, cannot see, that account, he does not trust it. I will leave you with that word of encouragement tonight. And I remember as George Jugume.
Thought the bloodshed's gone, then it came again. 216 and the massacre, it started again. Too bloody name.
Okay, so yeah. Thank you all. It's a bit of hectic this evening, but we'll stay through it. So today is the 4th of April 2023, the year of our Lord. And fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom, this evening is a bit of emergency, but I need to come on air to clear some doubts and some shenanigans that has been going on, the servitude that the enemy at the gates and the gang of criminals that have tried to possess the possession they will never ever in their lifetime. This evening, there are some things I want to lay to bear. But before then, our hero and heroines that have laid down more than in our bar on the 31st of March 2023. That's the issue that we'll be dealing with this evening. I'm not gonna take so long on this broadcast. It's going to be very short and explosive. As you all can see on the screen, they kill us once again. Why? The faceless Chinas Amoru and cohort led our comrades to their early graves. This is what we'll be talking about this evening. And everybody must bear in mind that anybody disobeys our supreme leader MAZI Nnamdi Kanu is a heavy consequences. Very massive one. Very massive one. And I see so many people talking about people should hack in and hear and follow instruction. And it beat my imagination on the direction that these men are and they want to lead our people. They have sold out. But our duty here is to let Biafrans know without any prejudice. Tonight, I want to bring it to your attention that what happened in Aba was a pure state managed by Chike Doziem. He is the one claiming to be the HND leading IPOB. His henchman, which is the faceless China Sanworu that lives in desert sniffing dust, is the one they have unleashed like a mad dog to be making unguarded statements, endangering the life of our people. That is not enough. They stage unwarranted protests that Onyendu have standing order. Our leader have cancelled every form of gathering of IPOB or protest in Biafra land before ever even he was renditioned. Having said that, if you want to be those that want to disobey Onyendu and go on a rampage on claiming that they are in solidarity march for Onyendu, I will not blame our comrade, but who are we blaming? Are those China Sanworu proclaimed that they're going to be a protest. I'm going to play his voice here. What he said in Radio Biafra yesterday is not my interest because everything he said, he lied. Because on the 31st, when this incident happened, never any of them come out to say any word. They never uttered a word because immediately this thing happened, they held a meeting. This is not hearsay. This is what happened with their media rights they've got, not to mention what has transpired in Aba. That is why if you listen to my broadcast, the last broadcast I made, I said I will not mention on Friday. The day this thing happened, I made a broadcast. And I said, I will not say a word until we ascertain what happened on the ground. Some people were saying that, oh, Canon Takano share the the protest. Why wouldn't they share the protest? These are Biafrans. And we cannot come out to grasp our own. That is how we know those that heart are pure. You guys are vindictive. Because whatever that comes good from IPOB, you never shared it. You think he's going to be petty like you people? People that have given everything, the two parents have died. 2017, Canon Takano was present in Afaruku Ibek. He saw what happened there. Just like the faceless monk is comparing what have transpired in Aba and what happened on September 14, 2017. Ironically. And people are saying, oh, you shared it. He shared it. And so flipping what? Because it's Biafrans. So protest, because if you stage protest claiming that these are ESN, we don't need to tell you what to do. Back in the day, we staged so many protests. And those protests was managed properly, timely, without casualty. IPOB underdogs from 2015, 16, 17, we sustained so many casualty, and that was what brought IPOB where we are, because people decided to lay their life. And IPOB, anytime we are on protest, we are what they call on-spot account. Those that will be giving report what is happening on the ground. On Radio Biafra, the person that was shouting that this Abia State ESN State Command was not connected to Radio Biafra to tell Radio Biafra what was happening, but he's on Facebook telling the DSS that this is Abia State ESN State Command. Ironically, you guys set up our people to be mowed down. Over 50 men were mowed down yesterday. The injured one and over 100 of them are missing, courtesy of men that are claiming they are the leadership. And they want people to listen to you. Haven't I said this to China Sanwo or whatever that guy name is, or whoever that is propelling this monster? That in the real world, if you have not known, I told you, go and study about Liberia and Sierra Leone. This is the recent rebel war that have gone. What is it called? The Ugandans and Burundis. That was, a bit. Houthis is a bit far. I'm talking about what's happened recently. The United Nations Commission inquiry in Sierra Leone and knew those people that were, indicted, all of them, including Charles Taylor. That's what I've told you, that you're going to smell the same thing. You people see UN motto, you don't understand how UN function, but I don't want to dabble into that. What I'm here specifically to lay to bear tonight to Biafra to understand that what transpired in Aba was orchestrated to kill our people. That is why 72 hours, just like when Onyendu told them to suspend sit at home, disobedience of MAZI now they can attract a heavy consequences. That our people blood has been, there's a bloodbath in the land of Biafra on 31st of March 2023, courtesy of Chike Doziem. I just want to make Biafrans understand. They came on Radio Biafra yesterday telling you they didn't know about the broadcast, but forgotten that he opened his mouth and said they're going to be a series of broadcast. And Abia State coordinator was on the phone with them. I will come to that. So this broadcast is solemnly. I have been saying this from day one. A lot of people don't understand where we are coming from. We don't just come out and we don't accuse people falsely. China Sanwo-Olu, if he's a human being, like I said, I have defended him as a hierarchy of IPOB and I have evidence to prove it. But when we discover that this guy, because when Chike doesn't fail with other enclaves they have gone around, they couldn't achieve anything. Now they decided to use somebody that nobody knows who he is vastly now to perpetrate their crimes. Approaching people. China Sanwo-Olu is an Engwa man, so Aba is his hench place. He knows what is happening there. He can't come here and tell you that he was not on the phone on when this protest was going on. And he allowed those guys to march from where they started to where all this whole thing took place. And Abia State coordinator was wearing black. You ask yourself why. Why was he he was an easy target. That's the reason why they asked him to wear that black trouser. Why did he separate himself from others? Since they have sold about Fendi or whatever they call it, they say the solidarity to Onyendu. How hypocritical you guys will be is not for MAZI and the kind. Biafrans must understand that the protest that happened in Aba was not for the interest of Onyendu. Just like Onyendu told them, suspend the sit at home 72 hours. They went ahead and do that. And now they're telling you that to obey the leadership, that one mistake. No, they know that one mistake will cost a lot. That you see, this is the reason why we have been telling you guys you need to activate your frontal lobe. We are not here to pet people. But China Sanwo-Olu and Chike Doziem and this gang of criminals have they killed, after they have engineered the mastermind, the criminality in the Biafra land is not enough for them, but now they have come out now to set up IPOB members and murder them in the cold blood. And telling you that they was not aware. You listen to the idiot, what he was talking. You know, every time he come to the radio Biafra, I remember before even the election, he was ranting that ESN was going to go and defend the Igbos in Lagos. He making a cynical comment. All these comments is detrimental to our leader. ESN was solemnly formed to protect our farmlands and our bushes. Onyendu said if you see any ESN in our township, that person must be arrested. Then now, you guys set up our people on the background. There's a lunatic that lives in Aba, one girl they call Cindy Peters or whatever they call his name. I will mention his name tonight because all of them must understand that whatever they have done, that we are aware of what they did. To kill our people is the last thing you will do. And at the end of the day, you come out and deny that you should obey the leadership. I'm asking you, which leadership are they going to obey? You guys have sowed the seed of decoy. You can nobody know who you are, and nobody will respect you. Nobody will take command from you. I've said this over time. People don't understand. We're not dabbling into security in Biafra land. That's not hidden anymore. China Sanwo-Olu, I'm going to play your voice here. If you're a human being, even your irats know that you are killing our people. It's not something that is hidden. It's not hidden anymore. There's nothing hidden there anymore. It's not a hidden stuff. It is quite transparent. And they have boasted with ESN. They have done a lot of, state manage, come out and show force about ESN, what you can do or what you cannot do. He lives in Kuwait, not in Biafra land. And I think people will be loyal to you when you're not loyal to our leader. Are you insane? Are you that demented? Or you don't think? Or because I've set out to kill our people? You guys have collected money. I will upload what he wrote here. I know the election have gone because you guys knew you guys have collected bribe. You and Okezi Bazu gave you guys money. And now you perfected it now to share the blood of our people. You are quick to write, you coming to Radio Biafra. You're quick to respond in things. But after you murdered our people, now you start blogging in your page. We have all the information. Like we said, you guys are learners. You have to go and check China Sanwo-Olu on 31st. What did China Sanwo-Olu do from 31st to 1st second? Till yesterday he come to the website to yapping. What was he writing about? He only responded when we called him out. That was the only thing what he did. Now he compared it to what happened at Falekwibe, what happened at Aba High School. But forgetting that all this incident you call that was responsive when these things happened. That we were there. Men were on the ground. Radio Biafra was on, checkmating whatever that have transpired on those incidents you have mentioned. You see how you making mockery of yourself? Now they're killing Igbo in Lagos. This is utterances you guys are igniting Radio Biafra. That is why one useless man there, one APC man mentioned IPOB. IPOB now become like henchman to you people. IPOB is a household name. Our people have paid the ultimate price. We are not gangster or bandits. We set outside, we set the goals, we set our agenda. Nobody set agenda for us. But you guys came to bastardize IPOB. What they planned on 2015 to weaken IPOB within is what you guys come to perfect. But I told you guys, every single one of you eat your flesh of your own flesh. For daring this time around in 2023 to share, to water the blood of Biafrans in Biafra land. In pursuit of your, what only God knows what you people want. You want MAZI and kind of death. And when it comes to Okukano family, your body itches. I said it from day one that they have a pathological hatred. Your hatred to Okukano family is unparalleled. Because your anger, you are the first person that come on Radio Biafra to malign the Onyendu's family. And nitwit Abba and follow suit. And now you guys ganked up to kill our people. I want to make it abundantly clear. I'm not going to be here for long. I just want Biafrans to know that Chike Doziem and China Sanwo-Olu, the faceless monk that live in desert, whatever they have done, just like Chike Doziem said, at the end of the day, I'm going to play their voices, that he's going to take the responsibility of what has happened. And I thank God that now, the majority of them now knew that when he disobeyed, that one mistake, just the one mistake they did to disobey Onyendu, Biafra land was a flame. Over 1 million people have died because of cost of receipt at home. Whatever that happened in IPOB today because of that particular one mistake you people make. Just like as you are yapping now. What's happening in Aba? You claiming that you didn't know. So what was the one mistake? What was the one mistake? People like us, I called you out when I called you out and I said it. No apology. I don't just talk anyhow. There's something you can give to me. The moment I found out you compromised, that is, yeah, your generation will become sorry. You men are evil. But now you're saying revenge. I wonder how you're going to revenge. I hope you're not going to be in Kuwait telling people to revenge in Biafra land. I'm sounding this warning to every IPOB member and even our volunteers. And the real, because I know that the real ESN cannot come down on the ground and be doing that nonsense they're doing. We share it because we cannot start castigating whatever. We want to see your intentions. What our intentions are. What's your strategy? I think second to the last broadcast he came, people are writing, you will employ some rubbish idiots. They'll be writing rubbish on competing with Onyendu. You're in broadcast, people will be writing bulletin about it. Yapping you cannot back up. And a cowardice that cannot show his common face. And who the heck do you think you are? You guys take the life of our people. What happened in high school, Abba? What happened in the head bridge, Onitsha? What happened in Iguacha? What happened in all these are sacrifices. It has got nothing to do with what you have just done in Aba. This is not for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You guys managed to murder our people and lied about it 72 hours. None of you said a word. Huh? And you're telling me that you're a leader. You're opening your gut to talk about leadership. Open all your generation or whatever you guys are. You guys are evil. I'm telling Biafrans in Biafra land, just know you today that China Sanworu, like I said, one thing people must take home is that China Sanworu is not a ESN commander. Onyendu never mentioned China Sanworu. Not even Chikedozie mentioned his name. China Sanworu was one time Middle East rep which he couldn't savage before he started introducing. Once Onyendu was apprehended and religion, he started coming to them and said that he's member of the OS. His tone changed. That was when he's trying to groom himself. Firstly, approach Canon Takan to take over. Agenda, everything that guy said, I said it from onset. Whatever he said is what he's doing already. What I want you to take from this broadcast tonight, because it's going to be a very short one, is that what happened in Aba, the protest in Aba, it is not for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You see how they attack, you see how they try to tag our leader with evil. They went and sold Fendi, wasting money. All the money they have been stolen, all the money they have hijacked. What is the need of all this nonsense for? It's showing uniform Fendi for our boys on the ground to march. Why people are dying, lying in the hospital, you wasting money to show uniform for them. That's your solidarity with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Says who? Did Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tell you to be solidarity with him? Don't you know what to do to obey Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's orders? What was the only thing Onyendu asked? You guys are talking about now, if you make one mistake. But the mistake, you guys have made it over and over and over and again. And sit on top of it. Now you guys have come out emboldened to set up IPOB member and murder them. Abia state coordinator knows much. That is why they have decided to kill him in a cold blood. That is why he was wearing that black alone, because he was an easy target. And the girl that was shouting, not only the girl, there's two voices. There's another guy again that was shouting that this is ESN, Abia State Command. I'm asking you tonight, what was all of that for? Even if they are volunteer force in IPOB, who are you signaling to that this is ESN? Because as ESN, you should prove what makes you ESN. That's what I told you guys the day I had someone writing China Sanworu is a security professor. I was like, are we this docile? Professor on what? On having security badges. That what makes you a security? Who cares? But he can't do it from offsite. He can't do it offsite. Slaughtered our people in a cold blood. In the name of what? You want to please your paymasters. Chikedozie. And where's Chikedozie? Where's Mr. Memo? HND. A vegetable I told you guys that the day you guys, we watch you guys for a very long time. And I said it's my own. I don't. When I came out, this it is you is my problem. Because all of you know that we all know ourselves. When 2015, who were you 2015? You are nobody. When you Chomofo made you HND after Omiyomio they went, we all here. There's nothing there. But I don't betray anybody. We respect you guys based on the code of conduct of IPOB and obey before complain. And we will obey you people. I know what happened to me when Omar America came here. After I knew that all this was state managed. Came here to destroy. After Omar America came to United Kingdom was divided into 5. And we warned you people ahead of it. But we all knew, and I knew what this institute has sustained because of that particular protest. Nobody knows about it. It's my own problem. But it remains in my name. So tonight, Biafrans, I just want to let you understand that there's nothing they have done that is in interest of Biafrans or IPOB or MAZI Nandokane. These men have their own agenda. Chike Doziem now is the new leader of the Biafran community, whatever they have formed their community. The same thing they even went to Israel, trying to push them to change our name in Israel. That's how far they have gone. They have an agenda. This man does not represent MAZI Nandokane, neither they represent IPOB. I want to let you understand. I'm going to play one video here. This is the fake ESN, because if it's ESN carries, they're in the bush defending our land. So why would you set up our men and call Nigerian ESS with their military men to come and kill our people? And you guys uttered no word. And you have the nerve to compare it with what happened in 2015, 16, 17. That our then deputy leader never sleep. 24 hours is on air. Whatever happened, on spot account will keep the record. And you have the nerve. You have the nerve, the infantry. So, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom, let it be known that on 31st of March 2023, that Chike Doziem and his gangs set our people up in Aba. Over 50 men is gone. Those that are injured, and over 100 is missing. Because you can see the multitude of people that were in that protest. And we know how we stage protests when we do one. So, we always hold them responsible on their own words. I have some write-ups here. Maybe I'm going to stray through it, right? Which I'm not going to dwell too much on them because I'm not going to be so long here. Yeah? Now, the reason why I'm putting this thing up here is because China Sanworu, only response he had on his Facebook after this incident happened was response. This is what he wrote. He said, tell that idiot that the same reason that led to massacre of our people in Afaruki Beg, National High School Abampo, and many others placed in Biafra land is the same reason why our people were massacred in Aba on 31st of March 2023. Can you listen to this to show you? And the same person coming back telling you he didn't know. He didn't know who staged the protest. And the audio that where he said it is here. Those who were massacred were not protesting for the release of Chike Doziem, China Sanworu Chike Doziem, or any member of the DOS. They were protesting for release of MAZI Nandokane. Do you see the vendetta? Now, he's trying to build alibi that he was protesting for MAZI Nandokane. MAZI Nandokane never asked you to protest for him. Onyendu made it abundantly clear. Onyendu have indefinitely suspend any form of gathering, IPOB in Biafra land and protest. And that order remained the same. That was the reason why he told you people not to suspend the seat at home, which is the ghost town. But do you see how this guy is an evil person? Because he's a vendetta. Now he's trying to justify that he's doing it for MAZI Nandokane. You're not doing it for MAZI. That's one thing I came here to clarify to Biafrans. It's not for MAZI Nandokane. It's for your own agendas. You people have sowed that seed of decoy, and your generations will not come out of it alive. China Sanworu is not it's not Nworu in the DSS dungeon. Do you see how he's mocking our leader? Nworu is not in the DSS dungeon. People should be reasonable sometimes before they come out on social media to talk rubbish out of their hatred against China Sanworu. Nobody knows who you are. You are a faceless monk. No, who is now, when somebody is talking, people that live in stock and dead will be talking as well. You claim that you are leadership. You're doing it for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He's not doing it for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You're doing it for your own agenda. Okay, see, as well, you are following Baman have given you money. All of you guys have shared the bag of money. Nothing else. Election is over. The PDP lost. I continue. This is the exactly, and look at what it says here. It says, I know election is over. They have banked all they are collected from politicians and they want to come out on social media again to cause nuisance to public. Exactly what he has done. And now he's telling you that. Exactly what he has done. And this one is another thing again he wrote. After that is again, he's now complimenting the Zoo military as they threaten. They said, oh, don't threaten us. Of Nigerian IG, warning IPOB, ESN, Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant Farouk or Yaya, has warned that neither IPOB, ESN, or none other group of individuals should threaten the integrity of the nation as enshrined in the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this is what he wrote. He's complimenting them for what they did. He never said anything against what they did. Now, the next thing now is now accepting what the so-called Yaya have said. The Chief of Army Staff. Yeah? To show you that they are working hand in hand. This picture here you can see here is the Abia State coordinator. You see the guy down there with the black is wearing. Yeah? It's a Akwarawa Mende. This is IPOB. This is IPOB Abia State coordinator. This guy was on conference call. The ironic of all this whole thing is that this, you know, when he was narrating about how they called, they made a phone call, put all these things was bunkum. China Sanworu and Chike Doziem was on a conference call with this Akparawa Mende, which is Abia State coordinator. They were on phone, on the ground, even when this guy was shot. This particular lady they call Cindy Peters was far away from him because he was on the front with megaphone. And he was an easy target. They picked him up. And when he fell, they went on a meeting. Instantly, when this guy fell, the so-called media worms they have, all these riffraffs, now said they would never mention even his name. If we didn't call them out, they couldn't have come out. He came. God, listen, I don't listen to them. You know, if there's anything important to pick up on them, I will. But I George Ume will never waste my 1 minute. Say I'm listening to China Sanwo. What I'm saying to you that Akwarawa Mendi was in the conference call with Chike Doziem and China Sanwo and others when this protest was going on, and they were leading them where how to march. More than 45 minutes they were marching. If these guys come out, our people normally do protest sometimes. 15 minutes, everybody's gone. But not to identify themselves to the magnitude. White is everywhere, and only him is wearing black with a megaphone. Easy target. Easy target. And they set them up and murdered him because you know why? Akparawa Mendi knows all the atrocity that Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals have committed in Aba. And they have no option to use Cindy. That Cindy of a girl is who they have using to terrorize and kill so many IPOB members in Abia State. I'm saying it tonight unequivocally. So all these things they are doing, they think we can sit down here and watch them. What we are saying is that these people will have their own day. Because this is a pure genocide. Annihilation of our people. This now, China Sanwo and Chike Doziem, now they saw about Fendi for them to justify the money they have collected from every country. Stifle IPOB finance, that is their agenda. But we're here to tell them that, you see where you guys are going, including your media worms. I want all of you. There's no amount of state manage you guys will do will save any of you. Because at the end of the day, you guys have soiled your hands. And the wrath of Chukwukabiama will visit all your generations. They murdered this gentleman for no reason. Because he knows too much. And Chinas, I want to tell you that they didn't know. The phone they're talking about was a conference call they were in when they were marching. Another thing again I want you to take home is the so-called barrister. The property lawyer before in Abuja, which is Ejiofor. Ejiofor went to visit Onyendi yesterday. Ironically, this cut and paste that he normally does, he never mentioned to Onyendi what happened in Aba. Ejiofor on his, I'll just put it here. Ejiofor never mentioned the slaughtering of our comrades in Aba to Onyendu tells you all you need to know. He went to visit Onyendu yesterday. What he does is copy and paste. Copy and paste, nothing else you do. But to tell you how vicious and evil these men are, he never disclosed to Onyendu what happened. That our men was lean by them and murdered in Aba. Aba is the heart of our leader. Anybody remember when Onyendu went to Aba in 2014? Aba is there to Onyendu. Anybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Aba is there to our leader. Something cannot happen to even one IPOB member. There must be emergency broadcast. 72 hours. These monsters never said a word. I just want to bring, even Ejiofor himself is complicit because all of them are the ones collecting money from, when he said that they're collecting money from politicians, they know that money that was collecting, that's what that happened between them and Soludo. Soludo now discovered that without Onyendu, there won't be a everlasting. Because if I wanted to come out today, Onyendu, one word you said, everywhere will come. They don't want that to happen, but it will happen eventually. At the end of the day, Mazi will come out alive. Just like I saw all of you are eating yourself alive now. That's the reason why I just want to bring it to your notice. Now, I want to play the video. This video here is so-called ESN under one command. This is not ESN. These are the clear squad Chinas Awol and his gang of criminals. The moment they have started from IPOB, they gang up, that is the people they're going to send on people on the ground. If the media worms cannot, or they pay all their media worms. If they could not achieve their vendetta with their media worms, now they will send the government to kill you. I'm gonna play the voice here. It's not me that said it. It's one of their voice opened their mouth and said that Chinas Awol actually killing people. So I'm gonna put it here. You hear with your own voice. Well, these are the one of the ones he used. According to them, remember when he went to Ohofia, they claimed that there was cadet. You remember how many people they murdered in Ohofia after that? Nigerian soldier invaded Ohofia. After that cadet passing out, they claimed them. Where are those men today? He told you one time that these were going to be arresting people. This guy have made unguarded statement. Somebody even in Fasauna. He's not, I don't know what, maybe anybody that know him, whoever is selling with him need to ask his supplier to give him a proper one. Because he said things and forget about what he have said. Forgotten that there are people out there that take record of what you guys are doing. ESN Onyendu made it clear to the whole world that ESN was a necessity, was formed to protect our land. He have made in cynical comment, even extending it to Yoruba land, that now causing lives and properties of Biafrans. But you don't know when he made those comments. I don't want to dabble into that. But your words spiked a lot. Even the so-called, some of APC, so-called Igwe is not, there's no Igwe outside Biafra land. In the chair. Then at the end of the day, he claimed that IPOB will come. They will pay IPOB, give IPOB job. IPOB job, for crying out loud. We sponsor whatever we do. That's why we're IPOB. Onyendu refused somebody to buy our transmitter in 2014. I overheard you talk about there was going to be a transmitter he bring in Biafra land. I ask you again, the one we bought in 2014, where is it? Is it not you people that told the DSS? It's in DSS dungeon. Custody it tomorrow morning. That was why Benjamin Imanu was involved in what is happening. Because that transmitter was in his house. That's how Benjamin Imanu would get involved. That's why he was arrested. Now you're talking about another transmitter. You want to undo Mazi and the kind of this riffraff. You come to them if you're ranting like a mad dog. People are you employ some riffraff nitwicks. They are appalling you. Once you're yapping, they'll be writing on social media as if there's something to back it up. You send our people, they murder, they kill them. What can you do? You want to revenge? Make sure, including your sister in Italy, all of you are in Aba, who you want to revenge. But any IPOB that have their discerning mind must not pay attention to this individual, must not listen to this individual. That is why I have killed so many of our commanders, because why? They cannot take order from me, they don't know who you are. You might be a messenger, secret one. but you want to make yourself relevant by force. If you guys have done what you've done in abroad, I said it before, how much more people that maybe that look up to you guys, what you guys will do to them? But I tell you one thing, you see, you guys, none of you will go scot-free on what you have. The crime, we have all the records. Chike doesn't say we take responsibility. Now it's open. You're running away. I thought I have the video, I have the audio here that said your chief of staff. You are chief of staff of where? Government. IPOB is not a government. We are freedom fighters. This is where you guys get yourself messed up. We don't have leadership within leadership in IPOB. We have only one central command, the MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. Nobody else. Everybody take order. Everybody follow suit. Nobody, no bagger. Only one Nnamdi Kanu, one central command in everything we do. For your information, you guys are doing some riffraffs. You want to turn this into Anaylsis and Igbo, even more dangerous than Anaylsis and Igbo. Not IPOB. So-called Igbo in Lagos say he's going to be paying IPOB. Pay which IPOB? Which IPOB is he paying to come and protect him? And you started this nonsense. And now the music is singing. Even they mock them, those that are fine, protect themselves, will do agree. You know, he talks so much unguardedly, this guy. Because people know you, but if you're a man enough, show that your monkey face, then people will deal with you properly. Chike Doziem now is gone under hiding. Mr. Memo, the chronicle of a saboteur, the enemy at the gate have gone into hiding after stealing IPOB fund. That money will kill all of you. Now, I want to play another video again.
National.
This is the video.
They are shooting at us. Yes, oh, yes. We are peaceful protesters and they are shooting at us. Nigerian government are shooting at us. We are peaceful protesters and Nigerian government is shooting at us. They are shooting at us. Throwing targets everywhere. We are peaceful protesters. We are peaceful protesters and they are shooting at us. You can hear the gunshots.
For your information, the person that's shouting like this mad dog is the so-called Cindy Peters. Is the girl that sold out our people, and now she's hiding somewhere when these men are being mowed down. This girl is hiding somewhere. Now, she's hiding somewhere, confirming that they are killing them. This is the person China Sanwo. This is the China Sanwo henchman in Aba, henchmissis in Aba. Cindy Peters. That ugly monk. These people are evil.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Viewers worldwide, this is the Instant Security Network Abia State Command.
Did you hear it? This is another version. This is a man, somebody is recording this and telling the DSS and the Nigerian army who they are. They are not armed. We don't have ESN in our township. It's on record. Onyendi said it. But listen, Cindy said the same thing. This guy who knows this guy is saying the same thing. I given them clue who these guys are. And after that, the bloodbath came in.
And the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and Abia State, on a peaceful protest to demand for the release of MAZI Nnamdi Kanu, and also asking the Nigerian federal government to adhere to their own court order and release MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. It's happening. It's happening. The people are en masse. The people have come out en masse to demand for the total release, to demand for the total freedom of MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. We are asking for nothing. Our decision is just simple. Our demand is just simple. Nigerian government should obey their own court order and release MAZI Nnamdi Kanu.
If you go back on this video, you see this, you see the Abia State coordinator is the person lying down there, and yeah, the same girl is the one shouting. She's hiding somewhere and doing this because Mende was an easy target, and as soon as he was felled, Chinasa Nworu and his gang of Chikeduzium, they held a meeting. Nobody to spoke about this. If we didn't call them out, nobody should have known that Mende is gone. When Canon Takano, they say Canon Takano shared it. Canon Takano shared it with a good faith. If you guys know what we are doing, it concerns Biafra. His two parents have died, and he think he will fold his hand and watch you make a mockery of what people have paid with their price. So when you guys say you are the leadership, yeah, you are the chief of staff, aren't you? So if you guys stage protest, we will support you. But when we found out that now you have staged protest to kill our people, then we won't let you go. All you need to say, if you know what to do to restore Biafra, do it. And if you know what to do not to restore, like as you guys have held bent now that Biafra will not be restored. You are the ones now. You are the real enemies within. Mendy was shot. And this girl, the so-called Cindy, was shouting. The young man is lying there, lifeless. Look at him there. He's lying there lifeless. And she's somewhere. He's there. He's wearing black. It's very easy to identify. He's the only person wearing black trouser, pants among all the people. All the fake Fendi they sold in Aba, wasted our money. Was just to prove a point. That's why sometimes you see them, the state managed people bring them out to justify the money they have embezzled. Because they cannot give account of it. I know a lot of people have forgotten, but I'm going to bring it back because I will go back to finance. I'm going to lay bare 747,000 before we go to UMEH account. And now, question of the money that they have collected for the last 15 months. Where is those money? That's what I'm justifying here to you to see. But it's very, very heartbreaking. You can see how our people came out, even though protest has been suspended. But Chinasa Nworu, I'm going to play his voice here where he said that protests are going to kick off home and abroad. He said it with his own mouth. And he's denying after he killed our people because they didn't reach out with our people. Let's see. Mende is dead. He's gone. Yeah. He's gone. So I'm gonna play the voice of just to us to know.
Alpha Power Media
Here, this
International.
year they confirm him.
No,
1 second. It's not this.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
And you expected MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. But if you have the half fruit, say MAZI ESN. But MAZI Nnamdi
I know there's some people that don't understand it, but because this guy is a clown. The guy is actually saying that this demented monk that lives in South Africa, because everything is about they're going after our leader's family. But I told him the day they cast that stone is the day they sow the seed of decoy. Now he's justifying and telling you that Chinasa Nworu is actually killing. There's another audio where he said that they're sending DSS. They don't hide it anymore. Even the Dracula teeth in Austria have said it about, giving people's name to DSS. So it's not something hidden. Now, this one is confirming it here. They will label you something, just like I saw, it will tag you something. Now, when you want to kill a dog, you give him a bad name. Just like us, I will give an example of myself, because I'm a principal officer. When they can't get their way, they tag you something and they kill that person. I said it before. So now he's saying that if somebody starts stealing, how do you know that they're stealing? If you are not stealing with them. But it's confirming it here. That actually Chinas and Wolu. So these people that were more than on 31st, what was their crime? I'm asking. Just a question. What crime have they committed? What crime would you tell Onyendu that have committed? While Onyendu told you, you are not protesting for Martin Nandekano. You are on your own. You guys are on your own. The reason for that protest has not been clear to anybody. And that's not a good, because if it was something that was real, Radio Biafra was on. Every protest we have done in Biafra land, Ike Peters is there, Anozi is there, there's other people, other broadcasters in Radio Biafra. Why wouldn't they be connected and be talking on spot account? But it's on Facebook. You're telling the SS that this is either state ESN command. Yeah? But this guy here now, you know, when I told him that, you know, the loudest person in the room is the weakest point, just like Chinas and Woro, because him, that's, you know, a lot of dust that the guy have sniffed in desert have blocked his omilangata. And second of all, because he's a pseudo person, so he can be talking anyhow. After drinking and smoking high, then he come out and be ranting. And now as they plan it, they'll be clapping for him as if it is irrelevant. There's nobody that know you, my brother. You're nobody. You are nothing. As long as IPOB is concerned, he could not savage common Middle East. They gave you. You couldn't do nothing about it. Till tomorrow morning. He say you are a member of the US. What is your portfolio? Nobody ever asked you that question. I'm asking you. But listen to him. Because this is one of their... Now they're talking about religion. It's not religion. You see everything in life. That's what they call boomerang. And karma is real. The next... They are coming for you guys. You see, everything you people done in secret will come in open. In nutshell. That's why I don't have permanent friend, neither enemy. But the day we find you wanting, we will shred you. It's a promise.
Chinasa is pointing finger. So then you expect the chief of staff to leave you. That is the question.
I hope you guys are listening. Chief of staff. Did you hear that? Chief of staff indeed. I said this over time. IPOB is not a democratic elected government. None of all this clown were elected by anybody. It is the structure that was set up. It's only appointment. And only man that have that power to appoint and dismiss who is our spinning Amazon Namdekan. You see, when they started talking about this equal right within IPOB, I warned them. We are not yet a political. We have not achieved what we are fighting for. We are into what they call quasi-military system. Get that into your things calls before you're ranting about calling a moron. You people have structured IPOB as a zoo system. You're giving Chinas and Wolu, you're hyping Chinas and Wolu. A faceless idiot that nobody know who he is. Somebody that you don't even know. Because he has no balls. His sister lives in Italy. We have our picture and everything. We know who she is. Chinas and Wolu, all his family members in Aba, all of them, they live in barracks. Some of you don't know this. All his relative lives in barrack. For the evil that had that, that's why the men they kill men, because men they know too much. They set him up and murder the guy in cold blood. That's why he was the only person wearing black. A day will come. The testimonies is something of heard. But listen to him.
Because they will be as a member. They need to do machine and the mud. Now I want the madam. They why. Then Chinas and Wolu say, hey, ride on because Nebu is a Chileka Papago. I just because you are not serious.
Okay, no gear. When they cut you, they will cut your balls off. This is what somebody is saying on a social media. He will do to his own fellow comrade. Did you hear that? Did you just hear that? So, how do you justify the zoo when they kill our people? This is kind of utterance that comes out of their mouth. And he told me you will not boomerang. You guys are in for a very long time.
What is wrong with you? The thing we are here to joke. No wonder if a foreigner in IPOB for some sensitive position because
I hope you had it. Hand over. I think it's clear to everybody. I think it's clear tonight to you that it is not me saying it. This is a confirmation because this is the spokesman. Even when they say they suspended me, this idiot that have never served in any capacity in IPOB, that have not dedicated in time for anything. The only thing they gain is that this guy was living where I don't know in one of all these South African countries before Ikechukwu made him to come to South Africa. When he even narrated Ikechukwu gave him 2,000 or whatever in this era and time. Imagine people. If you don't fight him. Kevin Fee is a businessman with $2,000. Talking, yapping all these things, and people are listening to it. Right? All they come to get from IPOB, they never gave back. They have never served IPOB with their heart. A media warrior. Who made you media warrior? If goes against Onyendu before on media, caused so many issues within IPOB because you people are claiming media warrior. Who made you media warrior? Who made you media warrior? And where did it come from? Every IPOB member that have a smartphone is a media warrior. Who made you media warrior? Who made you media warrior is what I'm asking. Let's finish this audio here. Have to be very dangerous.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Okay, I'm going to play the voice of China Sanworu more before.
Biafra Alpha Media International.
And you expect MAZI but if I would have fruit. Chinasa is pointing finger. So in ESN then turn then you expect the chief of staff to leave you. That's the question. If ESN because ESN member, then the machine on the mad. Now madana. Then they rope one why. Then Chinasa will say, hey, ride on because people I because you are not serious. Something is wrong with you. They think we are here to joke.
They come on social media. Then we start chicken.
I just want to go straight to get near this guy. Yeah.
When the problem is that's when you have nonsense. And we are not going to take it. But our duty is to make sure protest will continue.
Did you hear it? This is Chida Sanworu saying that protest will continue. I hope everybody hear it. I don't want to dwell on this. Did you hear what he just said? He said protest will continue. So because when they try to deny that Akwarawa Mende, which is the IPOB Abia State Coordinator, they know what happened to him, and they were in conference call with Akwarawa Mende, and everything that was happening on the ground, they were giving them all spot account secretly until he was mowed down. So as you can hear, he said it here, that protest continues.
Everywhere, all the places we have announced it, please already have been instructed. The protest will start. because the code is going down and people protest will start.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
I hope you guys listen and hear what he said. So
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
we are not going to dwell on this any longer. And fellow Biafrans, is a very quick one. And like I said, tonight, let every sundry understand that China Sanwo-Olu and Chike Doziem does not represent IPOB, neither MAZI Nandekan. Whatever they do does not represent our leader. It's a travesty and is detrimental to Onyendu because they want to hide under our leader's name and commit crime, just like any other person claiming that they're under anything under MAZI Nandekan. But we are here to repel them. I thank you, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. And probably before the week runs down, we will come down to do more justice to this. But this is a quick one for everyone to bear in mind what has happened. We are mourning. Everybody should be in state of mourning at this point in time because at the end of the day, so many men have gone down for no reason. For the negligence of those that are pursuing a different agenda. This is not IPOB. This is not what our leaders have suffered for. This is not why their parents have died. This is not why millions of Biafrans have died to sell out our own. China Sanwo-Olu, the faceless monk, and so-called HND, the vegetable himself, the chronicle of a saboteur, Chike Doziem is an evil man. But they will never get away with this. Mark this day. Thank you. And may Chukwuka bless every single one of you. Those of them that have led their life, may their soul soldier on to fight with us until Biafra is restored. Most importantly, may Chukwuka guide and protect our leader until we meet again. Thank you and good night from here. That one. Okay, so yeah. Thank you all. It's a bit of hectic this evening, but we'll stay through it. So today is the 4th of April 2023, the year of our Lord. And fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on your time zone, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My name's MAZI, George Chukwume, and I'm reaching you out here from United Kingdom. And it's 7 minutes on top of the hour, wherever you are around the world to know we are live. And it's 7 minutes past 8 p.m. here in United Kingdom, I think in Biafra land as well. Thank you, my fellow comrade. And today, we are still in the mourning period on what happened. The mayhem that have met us in our bar on the 31st of March 2023. Our people were massacred, and our hearts are heavy, and we are still mourning. And may the souls of those that have laid their lives to pursue this gospel, even though that those that were mowed down on the 31st of March was orchestrated by the enemy within, which we are going to go into details today. In more in-depth of what massacres in our bar and mastermind by the cabal within the DOS led by Chike Doziem, aka Enemy at the Gate. My fellow comrade, tonight I'm here once again to educate you. Onyendu said that we believe in superior argument. One thing is certain in this journey, that regardless what anybody might think or what you do, at the end of the day, what we are fighting for is a just cause. Biafra shall be restored. And what is paramount to us is the unconditional release of our leader, MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. Regardless every mechanism or distraction the enemies have orchestrated to divert our attention to pursuit of the release of our supreme leader, MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. But tonight I indulge you, my fellow comrade, to understand that what we are doing is more physical, is more spiritual than physical. Onyendu shall be released, regardless how so many of them might have thought or what they are doing, taking authority into their hands. But what I'm assuring you tonight is our job is here to unveil those that have hell-bent that our leader will not be released, because everything they do is detrimental to our leader. Just like the one that have took place in Aba on the 31st of March 2023, the same thing that happened on the August 9th when Onyendu asked them to suspend the sit at home, and they carried, and 2021, and they disobeyed our leader and went on and carried out that sit at, or that ghost town that have brought death in our land and criminality in our land till tomorrow morning. So we shall not shy away from the fact and the truth before us, because these men, little do we know, we thought they were here to restore Biafra, but they have a personal vendetta and agenda they have brought in. And they have gone to that extent now of killing our people, and it's unacceptable. We will not let them. And those their hands have soiled, those that have massacred our people on the 31st of March 2023, they all must be brought to justice. And we are letting the whole world know that that particular protest that went down on 31st of March 2023 has got nothing to do with IPOB, not MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. That was a personal vendetta. It was because a man wanted to accomplish that evil. It was just to kill Akwarawa Mende. Because of that, so many lives have lost. And tonight, we are saying that this man will never go scot-free. Even though that Chike Doziem have come openly and accepted that whatever that have happened, that he will take responsibility. I want to remind some of us who does not know. I will keep on referencing to Liberia and Sierra Leone war, which is, that is what they call, is a tribal war, is the most recent one on sub-Saharan Africa that you can think of. Now, the reason why I keep on reiterating and referencing to it, America wanted Samuel Doe out of office. Just know what they do at all time. And who do they choose to do that job for them? Was Charles Taylor. And in Sierra Leone, from the junta taking over, the thing escalated, and so many things happened, which I won't be mentioning now. But the reason why I want to reference this is that every crime you have committed in pursuit of whatever you might think, every single individual must be accountable on their own action. Our leader is being kidnapped and renditioned to the zoo. The whole world knew this. And whatever we have done in the past, we've done it in the past, and the sacrifice of freedom, because we want to restore the dignity of mankind and give our people a better life. As you all know today, all the things that are going on in the zoo, there is no better way than what we have chosen. It's because of our voice that some of you can speak. But the reason why I'm making this abundantly clear to every Sunday to understand that when people goes out of their way to do things on their own, not representing what we have come here or what IPOB and MAZI Nnamdi cannot stand for, it is our duty to refute all these shenanigans. So my monologue this night is that every single one of these men that are hiding under the DOS, which is the body that governs IPOB, foreseen by MAZI Nnamdi Kanu, he's the only man that appoints. None of these men were elected by anybody. They were given an appointment that if there's no permanent position, and if you're not doing well as our code of conduct required, you're supposed to be there 6 months and step aside. As Chike Doziem is a failure, is nowhere to be found. Since 31st till today, he never had a voice of a leader. Forget about the junk Emma Powerful is hiding one place in Ghana or whatever he is and writing trash. That is not what represents IPOB. Onyendu will not be outside our people mow down, and he's not up top of Radio Biafra and refuting and telling the world what has transpired. They came to Radio Biafra and deny our people on broad daylight. Now, I want to say this. For those that are making references of what happened in Afari Quebec, I want to tell you one thing tonight. If you call off the incident of that happened, we'll start from the Headbridge Onitsha. We'll go down to Mpo. We'll go down to High School Aba. We'll go down to Ugocha and come to Afari Quebec. All this is our sacrifices. And when all these things were happening, we are letting the whole world know what was going on. There's a 1 million difference between when you set up your own because you want to achieve something. They have murdered so many people, those that disagree with them. We that lives in abroad is a testimony of what is happening in Biafra land, or what have transpired in the last 22 months within the IPOB. What evil that these men have orchestrated and what they have done. Hiding on their individual and their, in their residential countries and be committing crimes, heinous crime against our people. And I want to make it abundantly clear, there's no distraction whatsoever, not because over time, I said this thing before, when they made us busy attacking people that are quite irrelevant, they are not being responsible in the core and the fundamentals of IPOB. Onyendu say, if you know what to do to restore Biafra, go ahead and do it. And if you know what to do, not Biafra not to be restored, go ahead as well and do it. So one thing I want to indulge you tonight, the hardcore IPOB members that still have their designing mind, I want you to know that regardless whatever saga they have brought now to divert your attention, you must not fall into it. Because these men have cut their pants down. You see this crime they committed in Aba, they will never get away with this. Not while we are still alive. China Sanworu, a faceless monk that live in deserts that sniffing dust, murdered Akwarawa Mende. Because Akwarawa Mende knows a lot about China Sanworu, the evil, the heinous crime China Sanworu have committed in Aba. It is not his own parallel. Cindy or Chisom Dream Peters. Because we don't accuse people without evidence. Everything I say, or anything I ever open my mouth tell you, I will come up with evidence to back it up. We are not here for vendettas. And I say, people saying, oh, Canon Takano share the protest, which as well I did. Is IPOB. If you come out and say that you protest under IPOB, it is your responsibility. If you claim their leadership, it's entirely up to you. The burden falls on you, it's on your shoulders. Our former deputy was the one that used to anchor Radio Biafra, and he will be there. Even though they are murdering our people down, he told them, I need evidence, get the pictures, at least he did something. Because that's what we know then. And that's what has brought us to where we are today. It wasn't misled, no one was misled. People came out with their hearts and still believe that what we are looking for is one thing, is to restore our dignity as a race. So I don't want people to think this is just a joke, or maybe with having individuals or picking up on people. No. I am a gatekeeper in IPOB, and as long as I live, MAZI Nnamdi Kanu said that we shall not kill our own. But this man has embarked on suicidal for a very long time. They have said it openly. 3 weeks ago, China Sanworu came on Radio Biafra and threatening even our Onyendu's family and our illegal luminaries that represent IPOB. People should not speak what they see. Tells you all you need to know. Barely 3 weeks ago, Akwarawa Mende now, probably they couldn't get his way out of it. They has got no option. Because, when people speak, they forget. We're living in a social media era. Whatever you say, go viral. You can't retrieve it back. Doesn't matter if you delete it after you said it. Because as I'm talking now, somebody is recording what I'm saying. If I have said something that's detrimental, I can't get away with it because that's an evidence, that's a testimony. I just want them to understand this. We are not here to play. When Onyendu embarked, when he proved to the world that the late Buhari, the pedophile, died, he asked them to take him to any court in the world. Even though they held in him, they have never brought it as a case against him. because he has irrefutable evidence. Like as I'm sitting down here, whatever I will tell you is what has happened and what they have done. Chinasa Nworu, the first-lance monk, and Chike Doziem, the claiming that he's the leadership, was on phone, conference call with Akwarawa Mende on the 31st of March, 2023. And I will give you the message of what Chinsondrim Peters, the first thing he wrote about when Kanu Takanu posted Akwarawa Mende's picture. Tells you all you need to know. They thought we are here to joke. Now, I want to ask you a question. I don't know if some of you are familiar with Aba. We have do some random protest, if you may call it. Onyendu have suspended every manner of protest in Biafra land, including gathering. It's a standing order, even before it was rendition. But for avoidance of doubt, I want to clarify something here. From Mugwa Road to Osisioma, in much of 2 hours, 2 hours, and somebody was on the background telling DSS that this is Abia State ESN State Command. Just think about it. Now, everybody that knew that Osisioma Junction, that they have military checkpoint there. Ngwa High School, they have a military checkpoint there. And they allowed Chinasa Nworu insisted they march from Ngwa Road to Osisioma. Just to let you understand. They want them to march till Ariara on a 2 hours protest. And whereas they know that this route is where the soldiers have their checkpoint. And this man has nothing. Somebody was on the, I will play her every video. I'll have it here. I just want you to understand, because when people say that this is a propaganda, this is not propaganda. That is why you don't hear any of the media worms talking about it. I'm highly, highly disappointed, even though Radio Biafra has hijacked. But someone like Arolze, Mazalozem, and Ike Peters, these are veterans. Ike Peters over time posted so many of his daughters getting married and all that kind of stuff. I thought you guys came as those that saw the war. Are you guys telling me that you guys sat on Radio Biafra and suppressed this particular information? Whereas you guys knew that one of your sons and daughters has been mowed down, orchestrated by their own. You guys said nothing. Because after Akwarawa Mende was shot, it was a sniper that killed him. I will show you where he was lying down. Somebody was on his side on a video. It's not here. Listen, Akwarawa Mende was the only person wearing, among all of them wearing fake Abafende. They said in solidarity to Onyendu, because they're trying to rope our leader with all these shenanigans. And they tell you they didn't know. Who financed that even though it's Aba, even if it's Aba made, do you know how much it cost to sew those and bought those guys' shoes and everything? And the leadership is not aware of it? Is that what you're telling us? Who financed it? Somebody did. Because when I play Chinasa Nworu's voice here, you hear that lion, Agone Chamber. The way he used to bark like a mad dog. But everything he has said, he hasn't even got clue of what he was talking about. Because he will come back and haunt you at the end of the day. Akwarawa Mende was the only person wearing black, holding megaphone. A sniper picked him up easily. He was lying there, cold blood. And somebody was standing. This is not even picture. This is a live video. Somebody was standing by his side. Have they told you that Akwarawa Mende has died? Even up to now, as we're talking here. Some are saying those that we went to protest is now talking ESN. Why would they say something? All of them, their lives been threatened. Do you know how many our commander ESN Chinasa Nworu have massacred and killed? Or the one they called Nigerian DSS to arrest? Do you know how many they are uncountable? It's not me saying. They said it with their own mouth. I never said it. It is their own word. I'm borrowing their word here, because anything that I'm going to say here, at the end of the day, I will give you a backup to what I've just said. I'm not here, like I said, the critical analysis is not a vendetta. We are not here to prejudice on to malign or to blackmail anybody. In IPOB, I'm under oath. That's why I'm very careful in what I say outside. But I cannot see where my fellow comrade has been murdered in cold blood by those that are claiming that they're leading us and they want me to shut my mouth off. It's not going to happen. It's not while I'm still alive. So, the reason why I'm making this abundantly clear, there is no amount of distraction. They cannot get away with this murder. They cannot get the Chidan Sanwori. No, everybody in life, like I said the last time, I said, when you think you're strong, when you stop is where somebody starts. And when you start, somebody have stopped there. In every race, there's a start and ending of that race. And you were not anything about ESN in IPOB. You might be acting as welfare or undergroundly that Onyendu put you on, and which I don't want to go into that. I don't want to dump into that. But you have come out and make a session that you are commanding people. I don't know who gave you that position. I've said it before. And because of people did not believe in what you're saying, and because Chike Doziem has compromised to the extent that disobey Mazen, flattered Mazen, and cannot. Oh, we are shouting. And all of you are saying, oh, God, how do you know? How do you know? But all this audio I'm going to play, you are the same person saying, in everything you must listen to leadership, but you're not listening to your leader. So how are we going to triumph and win without making mistakes and without having casualty, without letting our people into their untimely death with your unguarded statement? I will stop here on my monologue because I want to let people, I don't want to, this program is not going to be long. But like I said, whatever I have said here, I will give you evidence to it. Now, I want to show you one thing first before I move forward. Now, what I'm showing here, apparently, if you look at the screen, if you look at the screen here, you will see Cinda Peters. This is Chisom Dream. I will put up her picture here. As a particular girl they call Chisom Dream Naba. This young lady is the person China Sanwo-Olu has been using. They have eliminated a lot of people. It's not hearsay. This is a fact. Okay, now look at Cindy Peters. Can you see what she wrote when Canon Takano posted Akwarawa Mendes' picture? When they tell you they don't know what happened. He said, who on earth released those pictures to him? Canon Takano, you are the most useless and stupid human I have ever seen. You are senseless. You are insane. You see this cheap popularity you are looking for. Don't run when it comes. A flav is causing Mazukan. Mazukan and Takano share the protest with good faith. Now, our people were moved down. And this young lady was about 250 yards. She's one recording this. She's one on the background telling the DSS that this is Abia State ESN command, whereas these are not ESN men. These are just regular IPOB members. They have set up to kill in a cold blood. But people said that they wasn't aware that Akwarawa Mende died. You could see up there, there's a picture of Akwarawa Mende there where you see the approval is. That is the picture there. And that's the young lady's, first post that she made. Now, Cindy Pitt, if you go again, you see where someone responded to somebody. He responded to Patricia Chikeziem. He said, are you insane? Is this the only post you can make? It will continue. So I should leave the damn giving to do otherwise. So what are we talking about here? And Patricia goes on and says, wow, Chisom, so you accepted actually that the dame, right? So the dame, we betrayed them to be murdered, right? Thanks for clarification. And believe it. My mighty Sorry. Or whatever she said there that led you to this believes you. I'm just putting this up here. I hope everybody's seeing it. Chisom, you know, were wondering how did Canon Takano get the video and pictures of Akwara women there. Because they have an emergency meeting that nobody should mention his name specifically. When we told you about 50 people died, if you listen to what someone was yapping on the 72 hours after our people were mowed down, he was saying maybe it was like 10, we confirmed 20 people. What he wrote down, because when Jonathan asked him question, they are all in the same boat because it's state managed they are in now. They turned Radio Biafra into worse than the even Zoom media, and he was giggling, not even know what to answer. But the reason why I put this up here is for you guys to see. It was them. They gave it was the order. And this young lady they call Chisom Dream is China Sanwo-Olu's girlfriend that has been doing the dots for her. You know, you can't say anything where she is. So, like I said, we don't come here to blackmail people just like the way they did. Now, there's something I want to clarify here. There are these Umuchuku writers. I've said about Umuchuku writers before. Umuchuku writer, if I'm not mistaken, I remember it was Ezekwesili. This guy lives in New York. If I'm not mistaken, I remember when our leader went to, you know, I spoke to him before. I have his number, you know. But the fact remains is that these Umuchuku writers, whoever that is on hiding beneath it and be writing junk, right? If you look at what this person, this Umuchuku writers have wrote, he said, it doesn't take a reasonable person a seconds to know that your accusation has based on falsehood. It changed nothing. Every move made by DOS is on right track. We will support them 100%. Back to back, nothing will change. It does not matter if how many of our people they murdered because you are a retarded, wretched monk. Because of 4,000 naira credit they're giving you people now, that debt will be your own portion. I'm just giving you the evidence of what happened. Chisom Dream, definitely some of you will know. Probably all of them are in this Umuchuku media now as admin. But you support them even though they kill our people. Yeah? You support them even though they murdered our people. How ironic. Every single IPOB member that have led their life on course of this journey, that is what we are taking. We're taking care of our death and those that are wounded. But guess what? As soon as our leader was rendition, first thing the Chikedozem left his job and went into to destroy IPOB within into our finance. That's why you cannot hear him speak. How many days now has gone by since on 31st? Today is 8. Over 9 days. The so-called leadership leader have not spoken a word. If you talk, maybe they're going to tell you that is a more powerful. Who is the more powerful? Not even is it Twitter. Not even then come out to accuse the zoo. They never done any of this. Up till now. They have not said it. There's nothing tangible they have said. Even if giving the zoo heads up how to kill our people more by saying we are going to revenge. Revenge what? Why I'm bringing this up is that because these guys, when they contracted all these idiots, they were talking things they have any rudimentary in their brain. You support the US even though they kill our people back to back. He said, let me tell you this for you, for your disrespect of our dear brother Akwara Mende by posting his picture publicly. Did you hear that? By posting his picture publicly. By posting his picture publicly tells you that they did never want anybody to know that Akwara Mende was killed. Because all this whole thing that is set up, you see that almost 200 lives have gone because of one man. China Sanwo-Olu, like I said, I don't know who you are and I don't want to know. But I want to remind you that you're nobody. You see, men that have done something in this life, go and check their history. There's things you do in this life, you won't get away with it. Especially when you share blood. And the blood of the innocent. So, kind of crime is that he posted Akwara Mende's picture because you guys said nothing. And we cannot fold our hand and watch you guys kill our people and get away with it. He continues to say, let me tell you this, for your disrespect, our dad brother Aquaman are posting his picture public and using it as a tool to attack DOS, sending his family messages in such disrespectful way. Do you see, you know, these people are emotionally bankrupt. All this person, whoever is writing this, probably is someone writing this, because when they say Muchukura, they don't know who is behind it. To show you that they knew what happened. This is a public confession. Which disrespectful manner. Have you told us what happened to Akwara Mende and how he died? If not, because we call you guys out. Now he's now confessing. Kanu Takano, I don't know where Kanu Takano sending family. This was something done on social media. Say your death will be shameful. So be it. That thing that you're wishing somebody that have not exposed you is what your generation is going to meet. Because I don't believe the majority of you are under oath. Now, I want to and look at the same Muchuku writers again. This was a day before now they wrote this again, saying, if that is the case, are you saying MAZI Nnamdi? Are you saying MAZI Nnamdi Kanu is wrong English? Are you saying MAZI Nnamdi Kanu that killed? Is a wrong English. Are you saying MAZI Nnamdi Kanu killed those Biafrans at Afarikwibek, Mpo, Igwocha, etc., because he is the one in control then? Do you see where they're going? MAZI Nnamdi Kanu is still in control of IPOB. I want to educate you riffraffs. Only do MAZI Nnamdi Kanu until he lowers 6 feet deep. But as long as Onyendi is alive, he's the one leading IPOB. Because you guys choose to do whatever you want to do. I said who is writing this thing might not even... If go deeper on this, I've said it. There's a question I don't hear of him anymore. The guy lives in New York. But what this guy wrote here is confirming where we're coming from. To see where they are pushing all this whole thing to our leader. Our leader is in control then and now. And the difference between Afaruku Beku, Mpo, and Igwocha, it is because of the journey of our struggle. Only say they will kill us, we will kill them, and at the end of the day, Biafra will come. But not when you sold our people to be murdered. Because China Sanwo couldn't take Akwara Mende life alone. Now, you have to set him up with the multitude of our people to be slaughtered on the cold blood. I just want to educate you. That's all I'm saying to you. And they are accusing Solomon Ebo of, because I think this response was on, if I'm not mistaken, on Ikechukwu Biafra, or I don't know where I screenshot it. Solomon Ebo is a gentleman. He made a mistake. He came and apologized to Onyendu. Life on air. That is why you know who those that are pure. And what Solomon Ebo is doing concerning Biafran struggle, if none of you cannot even go an inch close to what that young man have done. He's a comrade. We had a disagreement, and the day we'll see ourselves for a long time, we shook hands. That's how we men behave, because there's nothing, we're not fighting. We can disagree and agree at the same time. We are not pseudo. Someone, you know, Solomon Ebo's Twitter handle and his Facebook account, he doesn't hide. He tweets every day. But woe betide all of you, because who is writing this thing shows you what you did to you, comparing. You see where you guys are building your alibi, but like I said, you guys are not going anywhere. You guys are not going anywhere for killing our people. And the more you write, the more you contradict yourselves. And the reason why I brought this China Sanworu's post is to show you the person claiming that is a ESN commander and his affiliation with what happens in the zoo. But he couldn't write about Akwara Mende. This thing he wrote it on Thursday. But this thing happens on Friday. What happens or with not, what is our business as IPOB, as a hierarchy in IPOB to concern what is going on in the zoo? Tells you all you need to know. I will leave this here. Now, I want to bring you now to the video. What has happened on those videos will tell you more about what they have done.
Media International.
Just for avoidance of doubt, that's the young lady they call.
This is ESN,
Cindy Peters,
Abia Command,
you know,
in collaboration with IPOB, under the leadership of MAZI Nnamdi Kanu, on a peaceful protest. protesting for the release of their leader, MAZI and asking the Nigerian government to obey their court order and release MAZI
MAZI, not Carlo.
This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of MAZI on a peaceful protest seeking for the release of MAZI.
You heard her saying that this is ESN, Abia State Command, in collaboration with IPOB. What else do you want to hear? She went deep. ESN in collaboration with IPOB. She went deep. Let's listen to her.
Asking Nigerian government to obey their court order by releasing MAZI with immediate effect. We ask for nothing than release of MAZI. They are shooting at us. That's all. We are the peaceful protesters and they are shooting at us. The Nigerian government are shooting at us. We are the peaceful protesters and the Nigerian government is shooting at us. They are shooting at us. Trying to get us everywhere. We are the peaceful protesters. We are the peaceful protesters and they are shooting at us. You can hear the gunshots.
So I just want us to know that I think my voice went, but what I'm saying is, if you look at Akwalawo Mende where he's lying lifelessly, then you will know that he was picked up easily because he was an easy target. Let's just listen to it at the end of the day. But I want to point it to you that the person standing, and this is a video, and that man you see lying down on the ground is the young man. That is the Abia State coordinator, Akwalawo Mende, that they murdered in cold blood. Because of this one single individual, over 200 lives have been wasted. For your information.
The Power Media International.
Go on.
Now,
MAZI Chinedu, thank you so much.
The voice of
MAZI,
the vulture of himself.
the IPOB leadership, we know we take responsibility of everything that happens. Whether we are the cause, whether we are not the cause. That is the life of a leader. Just like when MAZI Kanu was renditioned, people heap blames on the IPOB leadership. The question you just asked now, this is the question that has been coming even to us since Friday. We have been on this topic. MAZI, I have come on Radio Biafra on many occasions. When people ask questions, let's start protesting Biafra land, we will tell them, no, let's concentrate on the protest in diaspora. Yes, there are pockets of protest that have happened in Biafra land. But before the election, due to the plans we knew, the intelligence in our disposal, before the election, we instructed the people in Biafra land to suspend every protest in Biafra land. I'm not going to blame any one of them, irrespective of anything, because they came out to protest for the leader. This is how it is hot in their hearts. They want to show their own impact. But what we are saying is this: as long as leadership is involved, as long as this is IPOB, people should not do things based on their own understanding or that they know it all. I think on half people will say, you understanding me? They know it all. They feel, because the leadership don't come to make noise, but people can see there is pressure going on in Biafra land. There was an order, an instruction that protest should not be carried out in Biafra land before even a month to the election. There was a protest that's supposed to come in Biafra land, I think 15th or 16th of February. It was cancelled. Instructions were given for there would be no protest. And those who are listening to me, IPOB medias, those on the radio, all of you know if there is going to be protest. We do communicate every one of you through your forums, through your media heads or whoever is in charge that there is a protest coming up. Can anyone say that the leadership informed anybody through writing or in any way?
In what this guy is saying, I just need to interject in what he's saying, because at the end of the day, I don't want him to continue talking. But the reason why I stopped it here is because now he's justifying that, saying that the leadership is not aware of the protest. But I want to let everybody that is listening to the sound of my voice know that whoever that knows this guy and how he comes to Radio Biafra to rant, we know from his voice. And at the beginning of this program, I show you the write-up from the Chimsom Dream Peters, which is the girl that China Sanworu is using. Now, they were flabbergasted when they found out that the picture of Akwarawa Mende was in the current account, posted it, when they had a meeting that nobody should talk about this. Till tomorrow morning, none of their media worms have talked about it. And now he killed our people. China Sanworu was the one that insisted that our people will march from, Ungwaro to Sisioma, and they know this is like 2 hours walk on protest. And there is a military checking point in Sisioma and Ngwa High School. These men were aware of this, and our people have killed. They have killed our people in multitude in this very location. Now, this guy have the nerve to come to Radio Biafra, sat down there. Somebody is intervening him and is gushing up all this nonsense. And none of the media warrior, because they've hired meeting. They have held meeting. Nobody should speak about it. A moment this thing happened, but he was giving you, he was narrating how they were back and forth on phone. He wasn't aware of it. My question tonight is this. To everybody that have their discerning mind, you claiming that you are the leadership. I want to ask again. These men were in uniform. Who facilitated all this? Where did the logistics come from? He wasn't aware. But he was on the phone with him. On conference call with Chike Doziem. But how dare you lied against the death as well? It is heartbreaking. I will allow him to continue talking.
There is going to be a protest. But surprisingly, I'm saying this thing just for clarity's sake, so that we can move forward, because we have a lot of problems facing us, and that is what the enemies they want. That was on Friday. On Friday morning, I'm making this thing very clear because of tomorrow. We have nothing to hide. On Friday morning, it was around 10:49 Biafran time, because in my time it was around 12:45 or 12. That was when I got a message from one of our brother in Biafra land. I was having a little snap at that time. I got a message that they asked me, Mazi, are you aware of the protest going on in Biafra land? I said to him, which protest? I am not aware. He pushed in some pictures for me. Immediately I saw this. I called the Biafra land coordinator. I asked him, who authorized this protest? Did you inform?
It's very, very important that we understand. This is the narrative. This guy is narrating. This is a question from Jonathan on our Hallowed platform. They have turned into a propagandist, mouthpiece. Now he's now taking time to narrate what he knows about ESN, that he claimed that he's the commander, and these are men that have come out. He's going back and forth to make a telephone call. When people are caught their pants down, why I'm allowing us to hear his voice is because, we have to be just in whatever we do. And how he's lying against this man that has now been murdered in a cold blood. It is very, very important that we understand that China Sanworu and Chike Doziem and all this gang of criminals in DOS set up our people with his brother Okezi Bazo. Between Ngwa Road and Osishoma, there's a military checkpoint there, and they know that this is a death trap for our people. Death trap for our people. Kundi Boro Pit or whatever they call it. They are aware of this. They kill our people and dump them in a Boro Pit. They know this. And this is exactly what happened. And this guy still got enough to sit down and deny and lie against this man. He killed Akwalawa Mende because Akwalawa Mende knows too much of their heinous crime they have committed against our people. And they're not going to get away with this because we're letting the international community know that the massacre that happened in Aba on the 31st of March 2023 has got nothing to do with IPOB. Rather, some individuals set up our innocent, harmless people into their untimely and early graves. Let's continue hearing his voice.
The leadership, did you inform your line managers, those who are under you? He told me he knew this morning, that he was informed this morning that they said this protest was protest they planned before. We said it should be stopped. So after the election, they decided they should carry it out. They want to do something that everywhere. I told him, Mazi, please, call those who are involved in this protest. Call all of them. Tell them that the leadership said this protest must stop now. Already we realized they are 45 minutes into the protest. It has already gone 45 minutes. I told him, I instructed him, I said, I informed the HOD about the development, and they said, go ahead, stop this protest. It's enough. We told them.
Like I said before, you see how he's narrating it. We don't lie against people. He said he informed the HOD. That's a typical pathological liar. They were aware of the protest, and all of them were in a conference call. It is not hearsay. You say you are the leadership. I don't understand how people cannot man up and take up their responsibilities. You think you could murder our people and nobody says nothing. I know a lot of people has been boxed to corner. Those in Biafra land, one thing I want to make abundantly clear tonight, people must understand. That this individual does not, they don't represent IPOB, neither MAZI nor the kind. Home and abroad, I'm saying this. It doesn't matter who you are. This is not a joke. This is a fact. They're looking at, these people, they have done too much to the extent of now. It is not the one they have been doing in hidden, which Chinas and would have come already about threatening people, threatening legal lawyers that including our leader's family. Everybody had it. That if when they will send the ERA to you, if it's not enough, they will send ESN on the ground. This same ESN is people that now, that the Zoo military massacred in their numbers with our innocent, armless Biafrans and IPOB that came out with their open arms and heart. It's very, very important that we understand what these people have done. Let's allow him to continue because this is a long ranting, which is not necessarily requires. I'm going to make this available for those that want to listen to it. But one thing else I want to add is that at the end of all this thing that happened, because at the end of the day, you have already sold out our people. Guess what? At the end of all this ranting, because the guy asked him the consequences. Now, at the end of the day, after he have sold our people, now he has given the zoo another clue, which that's what I'm going to allow to play on this particular audio because it's a very long one. And you hear where he says they are going to revenge. I just want you to listen to it.
To come out this evening, they threatening us. We should not threaten Nigerian integrity. I can bet him. IPOB, we must revenge. I am not going to say more than this, but
one thing I want to say here is this. He said, IPOB, we are going to revenge. Very, 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 it is appalling. Somebody that claimed that he's a commander. If you have been ambushed by your enemy and you want to reiterate, you want to take a revenge on that person, would you actually tell that person that you're going to revenge? I want you guys to go into deep. That is why it is critical analysis. You critical analyze things, even yourself. Is anybody have design in mind that had Chinas and will still make this blunder? What they've done is just telling the zoo, you guys, you need to prepare. They might come to attack you if there's any need for that, right? But what I'm going to ask you, you're threatening that you're going to revenge, but he set up a protest. He couldn't arrange it. What you could have done, you couldn't defend yourself because of that. That's number one. Number two, if I may ask you, what are you going to revenge with, and who is going to revenge? I said it in the last program. I hope you are not hoping that you're going to command some people, lure some people again to be killed, just like I've done. Because when you say you're going to revenge, you can't sit in the desert and be telling people that in Biafra land to go and revenge. Because the death of our people on 31st is not required. Onyendu never asked you to go and protest for him. He said that the protest is far abroad. I ask you, United Kingdom here, all the protests we had from 2021, before Onyendu was rendition, we already have protest station in United Kingdom. There was a protest, so our women was protesting on a daily basis. But if I tell the Biafrans that all those protests was boycott, they boycotted that protest. Austin Albani, that is when they were hashing this evil. We have the records in United Kingdom here. The protests we do in UK here, from A to Z, it was one time when Onyendu was brought to court, majority of them that thought Onyendu was dead, they show face that day. We have record of people that attend protests. It is not something that is hidden. And the time they made a vow that this is the protest that will provide a new national coordinator, the para-national coordinator in the United Kingdom. This is what we went through. There's no honest protest that they conducted. The one they conducted in Belgium was loyalty. That's it. You know, 1 million march, Buncombe. The one they did in the United Kingdom here, the same thing. All the money they have been capping is what they're buying flight tickets for themselves. I just want to make it abundantly clear. It is not for our leader. Onyendu suspended every form of protest, or gathering in Biafra land before he was renditioned. I will stop this voice here because it's quite irrelevant. There's a lot of talk there, but the point I take out there that the guy openly denied our people after he set up them to be killed, and now turn around and telling the zoo that he's going to revenge. I have never seen any strategy in war that will reveal their secret when they want to revenge on the attack, on ambush, on their own men. Nowhere in the world. Someone that are going to kill you won't tell you coming to kill you. Did the zoo tell us they're going to attack us when they attack us? They never said it. We never saw it. You never saw it coming. But you are aware of it. Our people never knew, because if they knew, probably they could have at least put up some resistance. But they were caught in the both middle, because between Osisioma and Ngwa Road, they were in the middle. They couldn't do anything. They massacred them in numbers, and Borough Pit is close there. That's why they bury our people. So many of them pour acid on them. So many of them have died in the past. We all know this, and they are aware of it. So now, I'm gonna shut
Alpha Power Media International.
All of you used to see it. They come on social media. Is to make sure protest will continue. Everywhere, all the in fact we have announced it. Please already have been instructed. The protest will kickstart, because the code is going down and the protest will start.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
I hope you had it. Protest will start. You know, we put in all these things. Somebody wouldn't say, oh, you're taking it out of context. Because this man, we are holding them responsible for their act. Protest will start. It is China's and Wori voice, it's not my voice. Yeah, he had it now. Now, the reason why...
Alpha Power Media International.
The reason why I'm playing this guy voice again, I want people to know that there's nothing we have said or do that is out of context or prejudice. It is about holding people responsible for what they have done. And because of one single disobedience from Chike Doziem of MAZI Nnamdi Kanu, over 1 million lives have wasted, and it's still going on. That's why today we'll be hearing so many things. Anybody, anywhere today giving order is a fair leadership, because Chike Doziem was the one that's supposed to be looking after what Onyendu have left. But where is Chike Doziem? The chronicle of a saboteur, aka enemy of the gate Chike Doziem. Where is it? He's HND. He was quick to come to Radio Biafra, Mr. Memo, to expel people. Now he's relaxing because they've gotten enough money and they have suspended enough people. They think now they have conquered IPOB, they destroyed everything. That is why now they have him back on killing our people on broad daylight. On broad daylight. I want you to listen to this idiot, his voice, and what he said with his own mouth. And after that, I will put up their voices for you guys to listen to, and that will be the end of the program. All I want you guys to do is to know that we will continue on this campaign that Chike Doziem and China Sanworu, these two individuals and those of their cronies, Aba massacre, justice for Aba massacre, and those men that conspired to kill our people must be held into accountable of what they have done. Regardless what, they cannot drift attention or any propaganda. No, we are not interested in all this bunk on they're going around talking. This is not saga. This has to do with the life of our comrades. Listen.
But if about the half truth, other about say MAZI Chinasa ne bushes in the ESN, but Oman MAZI Nande apotapa fana radio Biafra bunde hawa dili kahaje zuboshi kanon tafa Chinasa wolu putaza po fafa afi Chinasa is pointing finger. So Iburubu ESN then turn Ozuboshi, then you expect the chief of staff to leave you. That's the question. Iburu ESN becomes Iburubu ESN. Member. They machine and the mad. The Chinese are saying, hey, ride on because
I will ask again, what was the crime of those people that they were slaughtered on the 31st? As you can hear the guy, he's justifying the reason why China Sanwo-Olu has been killing our people. So many ESN commanders have died under China Sanwo-Olu's instruction in collaboration with the Zoo military and the DSS. Now, he's saying that if because your ESN probably started stealing or start doing otherwise, our question is this: what has our men done on the 31st of March 2023 that warrant taking life of over 200 people that did nothing? And you have not proved any evidence of what these people have done. This is hearsay. You sitting your butt on Kuwait, fermenting problem in our land. And he comparing what he done with MAZI Nankan. MAZI Nankan was on the ground on the 14th of September 2027. Even Canon Takani, you're calling his name, was there. None of you were there. None of you have lead from the front. That is the irony, and that's the difference. You have not feel the pain. Some of you, maybe if it wasn't because of IPOB, in your miserable life where you're living, your wretchedness have taken over because your popularity comes from IPOB. If not for IPOB, the blood of our people. So what is the crime of these people you guys connived and murdered on 31st? I'm just asking a question. Let's continue and listen to him.
Yes, and because you are not serious. Something is wrong with you. I think we are here to joke. The thing about no wonder, even say for in IPOB, you go for some sensitive position. I can because all blum, mother hanging, or hanging, or body nkane medal better for the Ejidona just hand that over to police. Nkambudu imebe na munga ya de awu order say hangiage na nuni rape why. Nuni rape why. Half truth is very dangerous.
Biafra Alpha Power.
Well, I think we all had it. So it's not something that, it's not me I said it. So fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom, like I said, this is more in-depth on Aba massacre. And we continue on this journey to expose this man because they're not going to get away. They have done enough. But this is their Waterloo. They have got into that Waterloo by killing our people. And I'm calling all IPOB members, those that still have their discerning mind, this is not about me, because if any of you turn your blind eye when your own fellow comrade has murdered unjustly, it is not like we got into war. We went into to fight enemy and been gunned down. That's the difference from Afarukwi Bay to Bridge Onitsha to Mpo massacre to Iguacha massacre to Aba High School. All this thing was the cause of the journey. And people that lay their life with all their heart, and that is why we are still fighting to restore Biafra. So anybody comparing what happened on 31st and what transpired with those men, then you know you are an evil man. So I thank you all for listening. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put up their voice again. All this gang of criminal in DOS and how Chikedozie disobeyed Onyendu. That is the word I'm going to leave with you guys. To you to judge by yourself. And what is happening today. And what they are doing. Not for the reason Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because they know what to do for Onyendu. And Chikedozie himself said it. That we must push a clause that Onyendu is in charge. But Chikedozie, what are you doing today? How are you pushing forward? I had them complain about you always listening to leadership. Which leadership are they going to listen to? So I thank you, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, for listening to my voice this evening. And I'm reaching you out here from United Kingdom under the IPOB United Kingdom and IPOB worldwide. And I thank everybody that have listened to us. May Chukwu Okike Abiama continue to guide and protect those that are still loyal to Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB at large. And those that have died, may their soul continue to soldier on with us until Biafra is restored. And I thank you once again. And may Chukwu Okike Abiama continue to strengthen our leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I know this time Onyendu will join us again, because enemy, what happened in 2015, the script will repeat himself. But at the end of the day, Onyendu said that Chukwu Okike Abiama told him that he required only 100 men with clean heart. That, okay, will give us Biafra. Thank you. And may Chukwu Okike Abiama bless you. Thank you for listening. And I will leave you with this voice here. Thank you very much.
And I asked our people, those that I had discussion with, I said, but what is the reason? They don't even give any reason why we should suspend it. And they said he didn't give a reason. And I asked them, but you tell me, what reason would I give Biafrans why I am suspending this sit at home when our demands has not been met? That was my question. I asked those both in DOS and those who were not in DOS that I had the opportunity to speak with. They were telling the news. I asked them, what will be the reason I have to give? And I think I'm trying to mix a little thing here, but the lawyers have not come back to us now. Now, this is before the night, the first day of it. So when I was asking them, what is the reason they want us to suspend this thing? And they told me that we should use NECO as an excuse. I mean, we should use NECO because of the exam that the people are trying to hold. And I said, but NECO doesn't really, it's not a strong excuse to give the Biafrans why we should stop the sit at home. And I will be very, very frank. And I'll take the responsibility. I haven't said it on air before because it's not, I don't come on air to, and I said, because there is no reason from our leader that we should stop this sit at home, that we are going to go ahead with the sit at home. And then we went ahead with the first sit at home. After we did the first sit at home, and it was a huge success, unbelievably successful. Then, after that same Monday after the sit at home, the lawyers had a visit again to Onyendu, and they now came back and said that Onyendu said we must suspend that sit at home. So that message came now the second time, and I said, okay, if Onyendu insists, after the evidence we have provided that this thing was successful and that our people were willing to do it, if he insists, I will suspend it. And I suspended it. That instruction came from Onyendu. And anybody who tells you otherwise is lying. And that's how I'll answer that question for you. Now,
Now, when we mount up that pressure, everywhere started to panic. When we declared this sit at home, we got a message from the leader that we should call off this sit at home. I don't want to go deep on people. There were people who played a very dangerous role against that sit at home for their own selfish interest. Because I expect you to come here to ask. When we put sit at home, you saw that you saw the people opposing the sit at home. You saw them. And you saw people who were giving them thumb up. It is that destruction they want in IPOB. It is to destroy and discredit the IPOB leadership. After due consultation with our leader, we went ahead, conducted the first sit at home that was carried around the world. Our leader continued to send message that the sit at home, we should call it off. The message continued to come. Everybody was reluctant to call it off. Why I'm explaining this thing is that at the end of the day, I want you who have supported because they sit at home Monday, our people have been voluntarily. When we announced the sit at home, we got messages. Even we are not normal. We know that spoken word cannot be retrieved back. But the enemies of this struggle, they continue to attack the sit at home. They continue to bring excuses that NATO is coming. This one is coming. The university is 6 months on strike till now. They use it to blackmail the IPOB leadership, if you are not aware. Everywhere was that the Chike Doziem and Chinasa Woru, they don't listen to what MAZI Nnamdi is saying. That they disobeyed MAZI Nnamdi, and you are one of those people. I am making you a direct accusation. Some of you, like you, were part of the people carrying all this kind of rumor that MAZI Nnamdi told them to allow somebody to come on radio. They refused. MAZI Nnamdi told them to cancel the sit at home. They refused. I know this struggle. That word that I spoke, because it was in conformity in what the leadership agreed, and it was the best for the struggle. But you were there when people were blackmailing Chinasa Woru and Chike Doziemo. It was to avoid saying that we disobey MAZI Nnamdi, because we must always listen to him, whether in the DSS
International.
Okay,
yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, and I was saying that I thank sister that just spoke, especially again because at the last conclusion of her statement, said it all. She said it all because she said, I'm the second in command. I'm the second in command. The first in command is there. I cannot honestly be expected to take over the work of the first command. The first command is reachable. He is still in charge. And that is what I have been trying to let our people know. That is also what the enemy wants us to do. They want us to isolate our leader. Isolate him in the sense that believing that he's not in control. Oyendu is in control, and that is what we must push across. I am second in command. When there are issues that I can deal with immediately and deal with as second in command that does not need the input of Oyendu, I deal with them because I know he has taught me how to deal with those issues. But if there are so weighty issues that we need the first in command to make an input, I will act according to his instructions. And as I'm speaking to you, Oyendu is seized of the allegations about his head of finance. I know the instructions as he told me to carry out. Based on that, he has not asked me to remove anybody. And I cannot remove anybody because when you do, people are going around saying, I said it on my broadcast. And I'm very disappointed. Are we deliberately trying to isolate him? Because that is what they want us to do. We must push it all the time that the Onyendu is in charge. That is what scares our enemy. If we reduce his authority, we are putting him in danger. And I cannot be part of that. So until he tells me in that very serious allegation, very serious matter, that he appointed the head of finance and taking into account that these allegations have been there before he got this issue that he has now. He was already aware of it. He hasn't acted on them. And up to now, he hasn't asked me to act on them. I don't think it's reasonable for me to act without his authority. I can't do that. That is why I'm a very, very simple, obedient follower. That is how it is. I know where my responsibility lie. I know where my duties lie. I know where I am expected to act, and in those areas, be rest assured that I will act. Where the input of Onyendu is needed, I will wait for his input before I act. We are here also, we may disagree on that, but that is my outlook of this whole situation. I have been in this movement.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
To court. With the state of the mind you have seen our leader, do you think our leader is not capable of making any decision? Something he sees may affect him or affect the struggle. That's number one. Number two, the IPOB leadership is not taking orders. Every order. What MAZI Nnamdi Kanu is doing is to...
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Times are different with the time we are in. The kind of detention somebody is equating to that you don't take orders is the time when messages passes from one hand to another before it gets to the leader. Now, we have been in this struggle. We work with MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. Ask the lawyers. There are messages, if they bring it, we told them this message is not what we expect. That means the message might be diluted. We now use our brain and decode the remaining things we have to do. That is why we are...
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
There are many people who have refused to respect and obey this IPOB structure. Some people went home. They said, because it's only MAZI Nnamdi Kanu I will respect. When he is out, I will come out. But let me give you a message. MAZI Nnamdi Kanu also take advice from the IPOB leadership. We do advise each other when we have things. MAZI Nnamdi Kanu is somebody who takes advice. Put in your mind, you have closed every door to even work with MAZI Nnamdi Kanu, because I know when MAZI Nnamdi Kanu come out, you go to him and tell MAZI Nnamdi Kanu, because you were not there, I didn't want to work. And if MAZI Nnamdi Kanu tell me to work with you, I will tell MAZI Nnamdi Kanu, I won't work with you. Because if in your absence, you don't respect the leadership, you don't work with anybody in the leadership. Now, MAZI Nnamdi Kanu is out, you come to work with the leadership. We won't work with you. It's as simple as ABCD. And he will understand our stand. Because you can't insult. We are building a nation. We are building a country, an institution. Now, at the end of the day, if MAZI Nnamdi, what if Biafra comes today? MAZI Nnamdi Kanu retire, that he said he don't want to be the leader. A new leader emerge. You say you won't respect that place only. Then you go home and you sleep and close your mouth shut. It is stupidity and the ignorance. Anybody opening his mouth anywhere and say, I don't listen to anybody, only MAZI Nnamdi. You are stupid. When you are making such comment, it doesn't show that you love MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. That does not what it means.
It shows how stupid and selfish and ignorant you are. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not only him, it's IPOB. It's not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that it is the IPOB made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu lead IPOB to the glory also. Trying to say only when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will come out, you come back to the struggle, that is for you. Remember, most of you, we have marked many of you. There are some of you who have, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had problem. I'm not asking you to respect me. I don't need respect from you. Respect the institution. Respect the structure of IPOB. Some of you who come and talk rubbish on social media talk, you are not even up to my younger sisters. You are not even up to my younger sisters. Some of you not even up to my younger brothers. You are not even up to my cousins. People who respect us. We have a lot of people who respect us. You are nobody. But you come, you put your mouth, because talk is free. You come, you demonize the leadership. You think tomorrow, if when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out, you come, you say, because that time Mazi Nnamdi, that time you go and walk in the office of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If he takes you, you walk there. If he don't take you, you take your bag and go home and sit. Biafrans and all the lovers of freedom, we have stayed very long on this program. I didn't.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
There are things we can praise the pot in everything we scatter. Yes. But as we are planning it also, we take, sometimes we do inform our leader also. We say, wait. But there is a time we also, because we don't want what happened we don't want what happened during the sit-at-home order to repeat itself. We don't want. We don't want an order we will give now, the enemies will, and we feel it may be too early. We don't want to do it based on what, because of these enemies, infiltrators. Let me tell you something. This thing we are doing, if we don't handle it very well, because that is what the government wants us to do. When we just mention, you will see they will use anybody. You saw what happened in the sit-at-home. You saw it. You saw it that just to announce something for the benefit of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because he was not listening. You saw it. You saw his brothers came out, issued their own press release. You saw, this is what they are waiting for. They came to counter all the effort and that pronouncement. What people don't understand, they were fighting a wrong fight. That pronouncement, that the same day I made that pronouncement, one thing people don't know is this. I didn't make that pronouncement by my own power. But somehow I was asked to always go on radio to speak to our people. And that was the time I was given that instruction. And the moment I pour out that word, it becomes like waking even when we want to call it off, the members of the DOS was saying we cannot call this thing off. But it's because of the pressure, putting pressure on Onyendu, and at the end of the day, it's the sit-at-home not heading to YA. People capitalize on it.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Because if it doesn't prove to be that way, I don't want to ever say now. I want to have the evidence. Because see,
enwere every evidence igosi that na ihe niile ga-eme onye ndu nọ n'aka Chukwu. Can you imagine? Hi, alụ eme.
And the others should all reaction of human being. All human reaction. I If a man like this, how a human being should react.
Yes.
Is how we are reacting. But all the muka, spiritually, all the muka, when he was on the
yeah. Also, I think so too.
And all the yes, and all the muka, or what came back and took that change in that thing. But at this stage, the conclusion, what the thing is. After this stage,
yes. Yes, all time.
Yes. Although all the mega ibala sin
Yeah.
You see, kind of check.
That is the way it looks like.
You see, that is.
I will talk about this tomorrow. Because I will talk about this tomorrow because more I'm following the reason why. I'm following the reason why this kind of normal go anybody that this kind of trip. Or just first one is Zoya, so just second one.
Zoya.
Yeah?
Zoya. Ogwaro anybody.
If I such people that they report only to him, they don't report to HOD.
Yes.
How can you create departments who are supposed to report to HOD? The same as
Chai. Oh, blame on you. Chai. I remember.
all the stuff I get around now, who are they going to report?
Oh, yeah, with the team.
Oh, yeah, with the team. Oh, yeah, with it. Oh, yeah, I'm not job.
Oh, yeah, with the team.
Who is coming there to report to you?
Oh, yeah, with the problem.
Chai. I remember.
He creates a structure. Come here and tell you that structure. So when you report to what you know ahead of you. Get somebody report it to me direct. Report to me direct if you make it that.
Well, any agent use here. You have few people to go this message for him.
Chai.
Yeah?
And we were not feeling too much.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on your time zone, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My name's MAZI, George is Chukume, and I'm reaching you out here from United Kingdom. And it's 7 minutes on top of the hour, wherever you are around the world to know we are live. And it's 7 minutes past 8 p.m. here in United Kingdom, I think in Biafra land as well. Thank you, my fellow comrade. And today, we are still in the morning period on what have the mayhem that have met us in our bar on the 31st of March 2023. Our people were massacred, and our hearts are heavy, and we are still mourning. And may the souls of those that have laid their lives to pursue this gospel, even though that those
Aye. For Biafra must be restored, for there is nothing the enemies can do about it. We have come that the will of the Most High may prevail. Radio Biafra is unorthodox. The way we do things are markedly different from how others do it. We are under divine instruction. We have come that Chukwukika Abide, adored, and praised forever and ever. He said, he said, he said.
Good evening, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My name's MAZI George Izuchukwu Umeh, and I'm reaching you here from United Kingdom. And the time here is at 800 hours, which is 6 p.m. in Biafra time. This evening, it's going to be a very short one on our podcast tonight on critical analysis. As we do, as a tradition here, as you all heard on this intro and prayers, we shall proceed. And as I welcome you, please welcome others, because tonight we are going to do some critical analysis on things bordering IPOB within. Oftentimes I tell you that what we do here is not prejudiced, it's solemnly to redirect those that have lost focus or those that believe in the core value of IPOB. Critical analysis is simply here to redeem those that have gone astray. Without further said, tonight, a lot has happened. I'm going to give you a monologue tonight concerning, there's some flyers going around. And most importantly tonight, the reason why I'm here is because of the, every single one of us know the situation and our leader's illness and his health. And since he's been renditioned to zoo under that captive, he has not been allowed to actually have a proper medical care. So our center of attraction tonight should be on our leader, the unconditional release of our spirit leader, Mazim Nnamdi Kanu, remain paramount to us. Also, to be allowed to seek his private doctors and have access to his medication. But the truth remains that so many of us are getting things twisted and confused. Our leader is being held captive over 20 months to 21 months now. This incident happened on 19th of June 2021 when Onyendu was kidnapped in Kenya on rendition back to the zoo on the 29th. And since then, things have turned upside down within, because we have those that have sworn that the agendas of the enemies that they perpetrated on 2015-16 to weaken IPOB within is the agenda they want to now be installed. But woe betide those that have decided to go on this path. I just want to let you guys know that Maswell, which is the barrister Maswell, I went to see our leader yesterday, came up again with his write-up, which I'm going to put on the screen in an show. And the condition our leader was met. And I know that Onyendu will come out triumphant. But the enemies at the gate, whatever they are rejoicing because their wish is to see our leader died in prison and dying in solitary confinement. But I'll tell you what, MAZI Nnamdi Kanu did not send himself. That's something and mistake a lot of people are making. Onyendu was called for this course, and he took that challenge, and he given everything on his disposal, including his two parents, his freedom, his family. So that is why in IPOB is a household name. I will reiterate tonight, IPOB, it is not a political setting. Chike Doziem and board of DOS was single-handedly picked by our leader. There was no consensus. Nobody voted them in. And everybody know what our code of conduct stipulated, that only person that have their power to appoint to dismissal is MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. And this particular structure was propelled and carried on in 2015, 16, 17, 18 without anybody questioning any order that come from the highest commander of IPOB. So what I'm saying tonight is that the zoo government should allow our leader to have access to his private doctor and access to his medications. Having said that, so many of us saw the report that came out from the Foreign Affairs, the Within report, which I'm going to put up in a second on the screen. Because tonight, what is bothering us is about our leader. But having said that, now the issue of Onyendu and the condition Onyendu is facing in his solitary confinement, who are those that are actually propelling that and making it more difficult for our leader? It's those that have the due care to Onyendu. Primarily, Chike Doziem is the head of Directorate of State appointed by MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. There's no question about it. He is not the first to be in that position. And there's so many, when IPOB was found and Onyendu, that was Council of Elders. So many things has happened, and so many people has been expelled in IPOB and disbound. And now what I'm saying, why I'm saying all this tonight is because of the betrayal. The betrayal of MAZI Chike Doziem and his cohort are the people actually oppressing and suppressing MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. I want every designing IPOB that have their mind and frontal lobe working to understand that what our leader is going through in DSS dungeon is combined of what the attitude and the body language these men are outside, exhibiting, which they have actually accepted in their own word that we must always push across that Onyendu is in charge. And whenever we allow our enemy to have an iota of doubt that Onyendu is no longer in control, that we are putting his life in danger. And these people have peddled lies and propaganda that Onyendu was DSS poisoned Onyendu. China Sanwo-Olu confirmed it. All these things are signal. This man has been signaling. They have done so much harm to IPOB, and now they are sending obvious signal to DSS to poison MAZI Nnamdi Kanu. And they're still carrying that agenda. I will show you, because, in this program, in critical analysis, and Biafra Alpha Power Media, conjunction with the UK media, we don't play games or anything prejudice or propaganda or to blackmail people. Whatever we say here, we prove them at the spot. I will give it to you as it is in black and white. And that's what makes it stand out. Now, the point I'm making here is this, is that Chike Doziem is the man that have the duty care to IPOB, every single member of IPOB. But when they use the word that Onyendu is absent, Onyendu error, they have said so many things. The media rats they are using to blackmail people force them now to be dancing in their own tone, which is kind of pathetic that they see what is happening out there and how they are making mockery of themselves. So what I want to say tonight is very simple. Chike Doziem remain the issue and his gang and what they are doing and the signal they are sending. For all of us that know, Chike Doziem today is actually 15 days after Aba massacre that they set up our people to kill in Aba. Chike Doziem is purportedly coming tonight to say what, dear friends? Ask Chike Doziem, what is he coming to tell you? He claimed that you are the leader. You're leading IPOB because that's what he proposed. Yeah, that's nothing else. More powerful have written something, we have it unknown, and the attitude and what your media errats are saying that you are the one that is in charge, that whatever you say, stand, not what Mazen Nandekane say. It doesn't what Mazen Nandekane say, it's what Chike Doziem goes, not Mazen Nandekane anymore. That is why I know that the history that happened, the story in the Bible is repeating himself again. But what betide us, if misses opportunity, our generation unborn will never smell. They wouldn't even know their surnames. Mark my word somewhere. You know, just put it on record because at the end of the day, this will happen. So like I said, Chike Doziem is coming tonight on Radio Biafra to tell Biafran what? That they set up IPOB. IPOB, Ibe State Coordinator, Akwarawa Mende, was murdered in cold blood. They're hiding it. All the whole veterans in Radio Biafra, they had a meeting that I will never mention it until we call them out. And China Sanworu, the faceless idiot that lives in Kuwait sniffing dust, came to Radio Biafra and denied these young men and women. Whereas his girlfriend, Sichum Dream, was the girl that's in the background shouting that this is Ibe State ESN command on a peaceful protest. Why do you need to ignite that? Who are you sending these messages? And allow them to march from Moses Yoma to Ngwa Road, which is almost 2 hours. The time they're taking, he accepted 45 minutes, but that was in 2 hours, and there's a military checkpoint. I caught them in between. They were caught in the middle. And Chike Doziem never reacted. Are you telling me that if our leader Mazen Nandekane, the day Ikonso was killed, do you know how our leader was crying on air? Our leader did not cry when the two parents passed away, but the Union do shed tears the day they set up Ikonso and killed them. Which, if we trace it, China Sanworu knows something about it. I don't want to go into that now. They knew because this fight has started. It's not today. When Onyendu was there, all the heinous crime China Sanworu committed as somebody that is meddling with welfare, we know. He's not his ESN commander. He knows what his duty cares are. As former Middle East rep, was his position before he forced his way in because they were building Kaaba. Hijack IPOB, every single thing they have accused the opposite is what they have done. In return, those that have no duty care to IPOB, whatever name they want to answer, I, George Ume, do not give a monkeys because I owe them they owe me no obligation. Who owe me obligation and who I shall question as we stand today is the person that is now heading the Directorate of State. You are not leading IPOB. You're standing in the gap like our former deputy do. He was a deputy leader, not even a DOS. But he knew his duties. He knew where his boundaries are. But today you are rewriting history, questioning everything Mazen Nandekane has put in place, destroying IPOB within. The gullible ones are fall on the west side because that's exactly what you want. And a chunk of them now, they strive for IPOB finance, committed fraud in our international account, shut it down. These are the betrayal of MAZI Chike Doziem. Now, there's something I want to put up on the screen. Because, you know, in life, there's a very person on earth, as we stand today, the most popular man on earth. If you type it, go to your Google and type the most popular man in the world right now, you will see the person. His name is Andre Tate. Andre Tate is an English guy. He was born in London, if I'm not mistaken. But the guy has become too much powerful and influential. And, the whole, he called them, the word he used, he's called them metres, just like when Donald Trump came out. I want to digress a little bit tonight. Because what we are doing is deeper than what everybody think. I'm not here to fight anybody, but what we are doing here is to open your mind and your frontal lobe to think straight as an IPOB member and to understand the sacrifices that those that have died under IPOB and where our leader is being locked down today because of me and you. Now, I want to show you what this young man said. I just said, go on your Google if you're watching this program and type the most popular man in the world. Even is more popular than Donald Trump itself. That's how popular this guy is. That's how popular this guy is. Yeah. And there's something that struck me. I started listening to him lately because he was in prison in Poland, in what's it called, in Romania. If you look at the screen here, you will see the Hustlers University, Andrew Tate. I want to say something about loyalty and betrayal here. Look at what the guy said. He said, in a jail cell for a unknown period of time, facing the largest battles, it was the perfect time for any traitor on my team to betray me. But my team remained solid, flawless. I am a perfect judge of character, surrounded by impeccable men. Do you know why I put this here? It's because people think loyalty is about Onyendu is in DSS dungeon, sitting down there. I've said this over time. If Mazim Nandi can't want to come out from DSS dungeon today, he will cut a deal and come out. They're forcing him to do that. The reason why I put, look at the word, underline the word. He said, it is the perfect time for any traitor on my team to betray me. This guy is a multi-millionaire, young man. He was a kickboxer. He could Google Andrew Tate. But I'm bringing this here. The reason why I put this particular thing up here, because I want to drive when we talk about loyalty and betrayal and where we found ourselves today. And now, if we go back on the issue, especially in United Kingdom here, because you see the foreign affair, they had a report that just come out because there were committees that set up and all that. I'm not gonna go into that, but a lot of us see what it is today, and it's out there for people to read. You know, that report was an internal report from our side, but the point is that if you ask those that are claiming that they want Onyendu to be released, you ask them what has they been doing. They absolutely have no clue of what is going on. Even when this report came out on the UK, the verdict, a lot of them was making mockery of themselves, but they did not know how and what we do to get things done. Now, the reason why I'm saying all this tonight is because Onyendu is ill in DSS dungeon. And those that are supposed to be fighting for our leader are the ones now being the best people that actually want Onyendu to die. But they're playing double standard. Why Onyendu asks us to go and watch the movie? It's titled The Enemy at the Gate. Onyendu tell us to go and watch the movie. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the second or third or fourth broadcast he made. He urged every single one of us to go and watch The Enemy at the Gate. But then some of us did not understand what our leader was saying because Onyendu speak in riddles. But today he's playing it in. Chike Doziem and his cronies are the real enemy at the gate. So, but a lot of things I want to open your eye tonight to see is the destruction. The foreign affair in UK, we done a protest in 2021. 2021, UK scheduled a protest. Our women scheduled to protest even before Onyendu was renditioned. And as momentarily, we started protest. And now, they say they want protest to be abroad. They asked me, where is the protest going on around the world? As they claim. And they allow our people to go and protest back home and be slaughtered in a cold blood. The plot, if you check from 2021, from June, the country that protests most is United Kingdom. And then this is when they were hashing their evil. They were not contributing anything. They have held 2 protests they call 1 million march, which you can't find up to 100 people there. The one in Belgium was where they were hatching and loyalty and trying to groom all this media rat you're seeing around, because when they went to Belgium is Europe, is easy to you to travel there. As long as you're in Schengen, 27 countries, you can get in there, not like United Kingdom. When they came to UK, very chunk of them came here, probably they couldn't get to United Kingdom. That's the fact of life. But what is the purpose of that protest? How far did that protest go? The voices that were supposed to be talking for our leader, if we hear today that Foreign Affairs is reacting, set up a committee. How did that get done? As I'm talking to you, I just received an email from my MP. We don't have to come and blow the wind and tell you what we are doing. Some of them said they are working secret, but the legal proceedings to get our leader out, to actually go after United Kingdom. United Kingdom here, they came here and say, Onyendu. I don't want to go into it because they talk about lobbying, they're lobbying, and this is one of the things that brought issue in United Kingdom here. They want to raise funds for lobbying. I know what, like, who authorized it? Onyendu never authorized it. Who are you lobbying? We got a businessman here that is representing Onyendu, and they're still the ones doing the work. They don't have no change. They're getting paid. No one asks you to come here and do lobby. The money they lobby, £12,000. Where's the money? We didn't see the money. So what I'm saying now, our deputy national coordinator, because we were constantly protesting, and if you doubt me, go to UK media platform on Facebook. You go back from June, you see all the protests we did. Go and check those protests. How many people in United Kingdom attended it? At a time, they brought Omada, the highway, because they were hatching evil. It wasn't in a good faith. It cost me a lot, even though I question it. But because we said command and control. But at a time, we need to question everything this individual do. Now, in this Foreign Affairs in UK, we set up a numerous protests there. And there was a particular one that went viral. Even I have spoken in front of there a couple of times. I'm going to play our Deputy National Coordinator in United Kingdom. His voice. And when they came to UK with this whole shenanigan, somebody, the parallel so-called national coordinator they brought in UK, this guy is a hatch Ohanes and Debo. What they've been doing lately is going from one place and cooking food, and this is what we kicked against. You contributing money and eating food and drinking while our leader is languishing in prison. Yeah? I'm not saying that people will not have merriment, but not in this point in time. And you see them in the street of London kneeling down and praying and blocking Coronat and so. Nobody gives their monkeys about all this. What we're asking, who is getting that message you're passing? If you want to do incantation from here to Jerusalem, nothing is going to happen. Go back to your village and do that. But what we are talking about, how do we attract the younger youth in this country to let United Kingdom know what they are doing? Just like now, the Foreign Affairs, they are stipulated, because this is not about MAZI, it's about every British citizen that be held abroad against the law. Being someone that been extraordinary rendition. Even Omar Rico here in 1986 or 84, if I'm not mistaken, which is not a British citizen, British government went ahead and stopped them from, kidnapping Omar Rico here, and there were a Cold War between the zoo and the British. Now, how much more to someone that is a British citizen? Tells you all you need to know. But this is our things these men have stifled. There's no protest anywhere. There's something the flyer I see going on around. They say they're praying in cathedral. What is our bollocks? Praying to who? Prayers is good. We have prayer warriors as teams. What the heck are you doing? Which protests have you guys staged now? They say they're going to Liverpool. What is that? I want to listen to them. I said, where is this clown coming from? You guys boycotted all the protests when it was needed for our leader to come out. The legal processes have got no clue what is going on. So I'm going to play. What I'm gonna do now is that I want to go through this particular because our Nemeka Maswell, the news he brought yesterday wasn't that appealing one. We all saw it here. Pastor Maswell Opera. and what he saw on DSS Dungeon about our leader. Our hearts are heavy, and we must, everybody must be on their best behavior. But the problem we have here, it is not even the enemy, it's the people that is within. Chike Doziem, he says he's coming to Radio Biafra tonight. And please, somebody should tell Chike Doziem, if you come into Radio Biafra tonight, make sure you come on live video. Do not be under your investment, under influence of alcohol, talking to Biafrans. Our leader Mazen Nani cannot address us. Even the Abanzonia, you meet this man, they all come, so they don't speak from the hidden place. They don't hide. So I don't know why you should be coming on Radio Biafra talking to us when nobody sees your face. Go live on Facebook, was why they connect to Radio Biafra. It's very simple. If you don't know how to do it, ask somebody, they will tell you. But don't come on Radio Biafra tonight and covering your face wherever you are, not people not seeing you, because we want to look into your eyes to tell us how you murdered over 50 IPOB members in Aba. About 100 or 200 are still missing. And you guys are still threatening that you want to revenge. You're in Switzerland with your family. Your brother is in America with your mother. And you're telling people to revenge in Biafra land. I don't know how it's going to happen, Chike Doziem. So everybody, I thought so many of us have read this, but I'm just putting up here. But the most interesting thing here is that the situation of our leader being, because he says, I'm going to read this quickly because it's very, very important. This is the report that comes from one of the barristers that went to meet Onyendu, which is Tontos there yesterday. He said, hello friends, just came out from DSS headquarters Abuja, where I went to visit Mazen Nanikano with his sister when they brought MK out from the solitary confinement facility where they kept him to the waiting room where I was waiting to see him. He was looking very tired, and I asked to know how he's feeling. He complains about weakness of his body and chest pain and always feeling vomiting. While we still discussing, he cut off discussion and rushed into the toilet and started vomiting. And started vomiting in the presence of his sisters for a while, and he said that I should ask his sister, who was with me, to come in to wait for a while because he need to have a little rest before further discussion with anyone. I went out and I narrated what happened to the DSS that brought him from the cell in the presence of his sister. There and then, his sister started crying, and he felt he left because the time allotted to me has elapsed. Please let federal government allow Mazen Nanikan to have access to his personal medical expert for proper medical examination. Maswell Opera ESQ. So, fellow Biafrans, it is not something you have not read, but I have my reason why I'm reading this because it's very, very important. And people must understand that this is what they want to hear. This is what Chike Doziem and his gang of criminals want to hear. Nothing else. They want to see that our leader Mazen Nandekano is in a bad shape. And that is tomorrow morning, they're still propelling that Onyendu was poisoned by the DSS. And just to let you know that this is a Jimakos tweet, on September 27, Nigerian listed IPOB as a terrorist group during a spate proceedings lacking due process and opportunity to be heard. United Nations expert has raised concern as to legality of listing IPOB as a terrorist organization, United Nations, July 2022. So I'm just bringing up this because we need to go back on this. And now, if we look at this, this is still a Jimako because you can't go back to those that call our... So I'm not trying to compare people here because there's all those that actually understand what they're doing and doubt not understand. Now, kudos to my colleagues, Bruce Fimes, ESQ, all the quietly labored in achieving this, crushing victory of Mazen Nanika Congressional MK. I just received an opinion by working group on arbitrary detention on Human Rights Council demanding immediate unconditional release of Mazen Nandekano and repatriation for the serial violations of international guarantee right by the Nigerian Kenya government standing by full option. So the point I'm making here, our leader has been held against even the United Nations already sanctified that Onyendi should be released. But guess what? All this whole thing going on is not just the zoo alone. Because the point I'm making tonight, I want you to understand the betrayal of Chike Duziem and his cohort. They are the primary people heading MAZI and the Kano. Because whatever zoo is doing today, it is their body language that are watching. Chike Duziem says in his word that I must push across that Onyendi is still in charge. Ask Chike Duziem, what has happened? How have you been pushing that MAZI and the Kano is still in charge? I'm telling you, and there's a lot of stuff going on. Let me just leave this here, and there's something I just want to say before I can go back a little bit. There's certain things that need to be done, so I will stay through here. And another thing I want to talk about is about complicity of the so-called media worms and warriors. Emeka Gift, I'm putting up his name here for a good reason why. Emeka Gift has been around, so if I can remember. Biafra writers, I remember when the family writers, they trying to front it, and which fought it against it, I think in 2017 or 18, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I have a problem with this write-up because these are people that is actually, they are the people destroying and claiming that they are media warrior. They are not. They are not. IPOB, I've said it over time, every single IPOB member that have a smartphone is a media warrior. If you're writing this against somebody that have got no duty care to MAZI and the Kano, if you're questioning what this person is doing on their own private sector, anybody can answer president on their own organization. What does it got to do with IPOB? The name they're answering is not IPOB. Just like Chike doesn't have a new name. The reason why I'm bringing this up is the double standard you guys are playing. You claiming you learn it. You never learn anything from MAZI and the Kano. Because over time, you guys are making mockery of yourselves. You guys never learn anything. I'm counting you as one of the hardcore, but you have been boxing corner. Though you live in Africa, you live in Côte d'Ivoire, regardless who you might think you are, you need money. You can't tell me you don't get stipends from all these men. You have evidence of it here. You're writing this against the distraction you guys brought in IPOB from day one. This was a distraction. The orchestrated alibi, distract the gullible mind, and so many of them have fallen on the west side. Now, you're centering Aki with somebody that is not even mentioned IPOB anymore. What does it got to do with us? Question the memo I'm going to upload here. I'm just saying this. I don't call you guys by your names because you guys are irrelevant. But when you guys start writing this trash, please be guarded. Now, this guy they call China Sanworu, there's a thing, I said it this over time. Anytime China Sanworu is saying something, that thing he's saying is what he's doing. I'm going to say more about him. But this is one of his write-up. He said, limit the number of close friends. Never lie to somebody who trusts you, and never trust somebody who lies to you. Be careful, bro. Do you see what I'm saying? This is how they roll. This is how they roll. Anything he says is what he's doing. I don't know who this guy is. I haven't got a clue. But I know his days are numbered. And he's going to meet his wife. Because after he's murdered so many people for no reason, he's not going to get away with it. So, and this is the post he made on the Easter Monday. This is an old video about ESN. Because over time, I remember there was one time I was going through one video. The guy said anytime something happened, they will set up 2-3 ESN that they're working. Because they have to justify the money they have embezzled in IPOB. Can you just imagine how petty? This is an ESN old video on the Easter day. He talking about ESN. They're carrying gun. But he set them out in Aba to be murdered in cold blood without giving them anything. Whilst he know that ESN was not meant for our township. He killed more than 100 people because of he want to get to Akparawa Mende. It is disgusting what you guys did. And you're not going to get away with this. you people will never get away. This is your last bus stop for killing our people. We are waiting for the one that called himself the HND, the vegetable himself, the chronicle of a saboteur. Chikedozieme, aka the enemy at the gate. This is your write-up on Easter Day. He tried to, the gullible one, because at the end of the day, I don't know what is wrong with our people. And there's something I want to say here. This guy, I said this thing over time, because these are the people, the attacking dog they are using. Biafran Time and Rapture Media is owned by this guy you see in the screen here. Called himself Jackson Moses. If I'm not mistaken, I remember when I was talking to this dumb that lives in Germany. I remember one day we was on a video call. I think I see his face and a very, very horrible place that with a lot of computer in there. So why I'm bringing up here these pictures, because these people are carrying smear attack on people. Biafran Time and Rapture Media, it is not IPOB platform. This is an individual platform. They have used IPOB to be making their living. They don't work anymore. They're just sitting in his house with computer generating money. I don't have issues with that. I can do the same, but that's not what I want. I was talking to one of my colleagues this afternoon. I said, the last thing I would do is to use IPOB to make fun. Even where I work, with my lifestyle, why people telling George, put yourself on YouTube. But I wouldn't do it. You know why? Because I'm an IPOB member. I don't want to take from IPOB. I'm not building to have a followership to get money. That's not what I want. To turn the struggle into my followership now to make money. No, I don't want none of that. So this is why I'm putting all this picture. Because of the complicity of the so-called media worms that they have groomed. Because now they become on their payrolls. Because they are the people they have to use them to attack people that have done nothing to them. But it's kind of shameful. My brother Jackson Moses, Akbarawa Mende is an Ogoja man. But he knew that Akbarawa Mende was murdered in cold blood and he kept quiet because of the stipend you're getting. Kudos to you. This is our veterans here. Aloziem, Ike Peters, these are men I respect. All of you and Radio Biafra. And onslaught in Aba went on. The massacre in Abati, tomorrow morning you guys are keeping quiet. And I see Ike Peters so many times posted about his children getting married. Don't forget that those people that are more than, and he grew up in Aba, because I have your stories. I think you're a Newu man. Alozie from Monyendu's side. So all of you are veterans. If you guys has been boxed into corner that you will see evil at this level and kept quiet, I don't know the kind of seed you guys are sowing. I'm bringing all this thing here because we have to talk about them. Now, there's a particular reason why I put this thing up here. Because, you see, this, I don't know who this guy, this Nwa Chineke is. But at the bottom of this, you still see Nigerian DSS have poisoned MAZI and this was opera that we had. But anytime they're streaming, this streaming was on 14th of February, which is yesterday. This guy was still streaming the same thing. He's standing on his words. Even though he knew he lied. Onyendu is ill. But stop telling DSS to poison MAZI Nnamdi Kanu for crying out loud. Enough of all this nonsense. So I'm gonna let this go. So now I just want to quickly get into a couple of things I want to talk about. There was a bit of shenanigan that was going on within what happened in Italy. We wondered that Italy is no-go area. I'm going to play our deputy national coordinators, viral video, because these are men that have come out and still doing what they are doing underground, But at the end of the day, I'm going to put his voice for you guys to listen to in a minute.
Has she not been here to discuss anything? No, she hasn't. She hasn't said a word. Her own constituents have written to her. She doesn't say anything. So what is going on? What is going on? Why has nobody from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office mentioned MAZI Nnamdi Kanu? How can you have a British citizen travelling on a British passport kidnapped in Kenya on June the 19th? He was tortured for 8 days before being extraordinary rendition back to Nigeria. Why was he extraordinary rendition back to Nigeria when he's a British citizen? Has nobody behind these windows asked that question? How can you all remain silent? How can you all pretend that you can't see anything going on? It's all over social media. Catriona Lang, the High Commissioner for the UK in Abuja, has done nothing. She gets tagged in every single tweet that tweets about MAZI Kanu and extraordinary rendition. She doesn't reply to anybody. You ask a question, she blocks you. Is that really someone in her position? Is that really something she could be doing? She's done nothing at all. She's a representative of the UK in Nigeria. She represents British citizens in Nigeria. Why has she not represented MAZI Kanu? Why is there total silence? You've got another protest next to us here, a lady called Nazanin. Nobody's helping her either. She's a British citizen. What is going on in this country? The 67 to 70 Biafra war, it wasn't a war. It was a genocide. And the UK was complicit in genocide. The UK is complicit in genocide now. Today, it's happening again. Yet why do we not hear about it? You go 20 yards away, the BBC cameras are there, the ITV cameras are there. Why does the BBC and ITV not cover Biafra? If what was going on in Nigeria was happening in any other Commonwealth country, it would be all over our news. So why is it not reported? It's not reported because the British government are still looting all the resources in Nigeria. Biafra on its own would be a world leader in any way you can think of, one of the richest countries on earth. But the UK can't let that happen. Because if the UK lets that happen, it has to start paying for the resources, of which all the oil that it gets now is given free. How can you put oil above thousands and thousands of people's lives, slaughtered on a daily basis? Catriona Lang, who works for this office, is fully aware of it. What's her response? Her response is to go on Twitter and start dancing with the Fulani terrorists who are committing these atrocities. How is that right? Ask yourself a question. How can we stay silent when this is happening? You can turn a blind eye. You can remain silent. You can do nothing at all. But don't ever turn around and say you didn't know what was going on, because you know exactly what's going on and you're doing nothing about it. It is absolutely shameful. Boris Johnson, what's he doing? He's doing nothing. Buhari is dead. Buhari died in London in February 2017.
That's right.
He died in London in 2017. So why do you still put this charade out that Buhari's coming to London? Buhari's coming for medical treatment. The man died in 2017.
Yes.
And when that comes out, seriously, the UK will look the biggest fools on earth. The death certificate's there. It's all written.
That's right.
There's proof he died in London. He's buried in Saudi Arabia. And yet you keep that quiet as well. How can you keep quiet that a president of a country died 4 years ago and you're still portraying him coming here for hospital treatment? Is that not a farce?
Cover up.
It's a total cover-up. A total corrupt cover-up by a totally corrupt government. But when Biafra comes, then we will see who laughs. because it won't be the UK. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra.
This is our Deputy National Coordinators, Opera and Foreign Affairs. So this is one of the things we are talking about. We are lacking in the struggle at the moment because there's nobody out there that is pushing, you know, about our leader being held in DSS dungeon. The voice is not reaching anywhere. What they are doing is they're assembling themselves and mimicking what each other says. Now, I just want to, there's something I want to say here. I've said this before, and I'll reiterate again tonight. Every principal officer across the globe under IPOB, under the leadership of MAZI Nnamdi Kanu, regardless whoever come to you demanding for any handover of a document that Onyendu did is not authorized, do not allow or give any document to anybody, because at the end of the day, the person, it is not the person that puts you in the position where you are. Every single person, Onyendu, there's a memo that said Onyendu made it abundantly clear that every coordinator or national coordinator in any position if he's serving, you've been removed, that all these people should be reinstated, but Chikedozie held back. Now, we have a very complex issue that's happening in Italy, which I have said it over time. I said it before, that Italy is no-go area. That is not where the cabals are going to hash. And thank God that the memo that came out, that memo stipulated in that memo, which I'm going to show you here before I start playing the voices of the vultures. Now, the memo said it there. The memo of our barrister, which is Barrister Nemeka, said it there. And if you go to the number 7, he said Italian coordinator should not be tampered with. And I said, this is a standing order by the highest command of IPOB to the recharge card media worms and their masters. Chikedozie must acknowledge this fact that it cannot do anything in Italy. Chikedozie connive with Chinedu Collins in Germany and close IPOB international account, with Germany barely pay up to €4,000 monthly, the whole Germany in that account. It is not a German account. That is our international account. And it is not Collins was the first coordinator, national coordinator, that have been in Germany with the constitution they have held there. We have all these things here in United Kingdom as well. Because over time, people dabble into issue of IPOB. If you're not a principal officer, you won't understand. All these media worms, none of them have served in IPOB in any capacity. Because before you start ranting or someone giving you information to go on social media and start talking things that you have no clue about, is very, very, very damning. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is very, very important. The memo that the Italian national coordinator put out that has drawn so many attention, Mas Romanus, Obichukwu Mado Ogro. It is not just Italy. All this memo here stand on letter of no confidence on Chikedozie and remind him his atrocities he has committed. And we just saw a couple idiots come out last week and be talking about this. I'm going to play their voices here and you hear what they're saying and how far they have gone. And I want to make one thing clear here. Italian, the so-called parallel national coordinator in Italy. Now, China Sanworu is faceless monk himself. His sister lives in Italy. And they have went and made her the assistant, the parallel financial secretary in Italy. And they are telling you that, oh, IPOB is not a family business. But China Sanworu is pushing tooth and nail in Italy to make sure that his sister, Chidimma Juliet Edward Moru, now he's their financial secretary, the parallel one, not IPOB. Now the parallel national coordinator, now he's his lover. That's how they roll. The so-called parallel national coordinator, just like with because they went ahead on the world, installing parallel IPOB. Now they're pointing finger on people that have no duty care to IPOB, but they're doing the opposite. I'm just letting you know that China Sanworu's sister now is the one they put in as a parallel financial secretary in Italy. And the new national coordinator there, the so-called parent national coordinator now is his boyfriend, which I'm not dwelling in mentioning their names. Now, I want to play the voices of the people that have gathered together to talk about the memo that came out. And for the absence of doubt, there's numerous memos that have come. It came from United Kingdom as well, and from Italy and from America, for the abundance of doubt. These are letter of no confidence to the vegetable call himself Chike. You know, he says he's coming to the Biafra. We are waiting to hear what he's going to say. Anyway, so, but Italy, for your information, Italy is no-go area. Onyendu made it abundantly clear. I hope you can see that on the screen here, where Italy was actually, it was itemized on the official document that come from our barrister. On the 15th of December 2022, it is a standing order. Doesn't matter what anybody say. But we know that the media worm now are the one directing you what to do and what not to do. So I just want to bring this into your attention to know that everything you guys do, no one is going to get away with it. And I want to say something. I'm going to say something after we have listened to a couple voices that have went out to, because they see when they give them people's name to go and attack, if MAZI, my senior comrade will tell you that they're asking to go and attack somebody, they will call you on phone because you don't give us your charge card, so you don't tell us what to do. We are gatekeepers. So these men, now they have become their payroll, so they tell them what to do. If you don't do it, but let's listen to their voices and see.
For Alpha Power Media International.
All of you used to see it. They come on social media. They will sack Chike Doziem. When we sack Chike Doziem, he will sack the UMEH. All of you are seeing it. Am I the one saying this is not on social media?
The reason why I'm playing his voice first, I want to establish how this men roll and how they are using these gullible individuals claiming they are media warrior, which they are media worms. They're not for IPOB. I want, after he said, then I will play their voice.
These are destruction, distracting the struggle, and they are being controlled by government. They don't know what, some of them don't know what they are doing. Some of them knew. For 1 year plus, when everybody remembered it. For 1 year plus, when Onion was caught, IPOB case, do you understanding me? IPOB proscription as a terrorist group in the Nigerian court of law. It was there. Everybody remember when we fought for this, when we fought for that, fought for this. Please, let peace be there at the end of the day. Which day did they get us? For the next court of appeal for our case, 16th October. Do they want us to clap for them? Whoever got the case, whoever got that date, do they want us to clap for them? Because most of them left what they're supposed to be doing as legal practitioners. They are interfering in IPOB. That is why they got us 16th October 2023. And Monday, that they are going to visit Onyendu. Any of them that comes and write rubbish, Akachineke, this night, IPOB media warriors descend on that particular person and tear him apart. If you finish tearing him apart, that's why you come around. That's the work one way. You come at this night, MAZI. Whether you are IPOB lawyer, whether you are special counsel to Makachineke, I am saying this thing this evening. From Monday, IPOB members, everybody listening. If you see anybody, whether it is Onyendu siblings, whether it is any lawyer, he says he's representing IPOB. He comes outside on social media and writes nonsense that will affect the struggle. Every media warrior descend on that person. If we find him on social media, we will send ESN on ground to shoot him. Because we will send ESN on ground to shoot him. Because we will send ESN on ground to shoot him. Because we will send ESN on ground to shoot him. Because they are the ones causing trouble in this struggle. Just visit. Just a visit.
So,
Alpha Power Media International.
Just listen to the voice, the newest voice of these clowns, you know, because I want to comment after they have spoken. The reason why I allow the faceless idiot monk to talk is because to tell you how they have been blackmailing people and threatening and killing our people. We have it in audio. There's no place to hide. This is a testimony against you. It is your word, not my word. Now, I want you to listen to these individuals. And I will tell you something. I don't mention names, but I will tell you something as they speak. And I will say something on them.
Tally, a former non-entity that knows nothing, can't even read his name or write his name, is there as a national coordinator. I spoke with this idiot, and he told me that any day they remove him, he is going to surrender. He's going to give every properties of IPOB that is under his disposal. He's going to give it out. To do all of Ugia, all on absence of our leader. MAZI Doziem is the one in charge. And whatever he says goes.
You know, sometimes ignorance is not an excuse in the court of law. When someone's saying in absence of our leader, somebody said to this idiot that MAZI Nandekan is not absent. MAZI Nandekan is in DSS dungeon, you idiot.
Any directive from him is authentic. Whosoever that will give suspension from MAZI Doziem or MAZI Doziem give a directive to MAZI Shinasaworu or to MAZI or to MAZI Nzurumike, everything they come on Radio Biafra to say, they are all authentic because the directive is from MAZI Doziem. He is the highest at this moment. I want
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
I'm not saying it, okay? Ugolo, I suspended immediately, right? On the next step. Ugolo's going. Kamuta, Nanyana, they will not say you. They cannot tell you, oh, don't worry, Master, Japan is the mother. Upon the JPA has an amazing will show us. I can nominate MAZI will show us. 2 years now.
I hope you guys are listening. They're making mockery of our leader. But it is not a problem. I want everybody to listen because at the end of the day, it is the pain we have to go through to restore Biafra. But all this individual talking has not contributed anything in IPOB. They have taken from it, they have never give back. Let's go ahead and listen.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Just people said in the time of when Omadike they are around. Just people.
Did you hear? In the time of Omadike, Onyendu is in the past. These people are living in a Klakuku land. Onyendu is in the past. This is one thing I want to open your eyes to see. All this recharge card media. Abakala Tingwom. After Master Prophet called them Abakala Tingwom. So these people, look at these 3 lunatics. They have contributed absolutely nothing in IPOB. None of them could come out and give you the receipt they're making their monthly payment. The one in Germany that lives in Germany is begging for 240 euro in a year, and you work in Germany. You couldn't afford that in yourself to set up common stream yard, and they calling your whole kindred to come and join me, and they have the infantry. Let me allow this to talk before I say something.
We actually don't do something wrong, but because even I don't like that person or come don't like that person, they will move in or she. Yes,
I want to warn the already dismissed ex-IPOB Italian National Coordinator. I want him to listen very careful. I'm going to show you his picture. They send, they wire almost 200 and something thousand euros to this man called Ogro account, his private account. They wire almost 200 and something. We are a fraud.
It is quite pathetic that somebody will be saying things he has got no evidence to prove. Can this guy come out and show Ogro's account where anybody have paid money into anybody's personal account? In IPOB, it is not allowed. I can categorically tell you, United Kingdom here, in North London zone, we are using personal account, but there's a paper trail to that. And this guy is here telling you that they pay 200,000 into Ogro's personal account. Can somebody tell this idiot to bring the evidence of what he's saying? Because when we speak, we come with evidence. Where and which account did you pay this money that bears Ogro's name? Please. It's very, very important. But we will talk about the vendetta, why he's now taking on him, even though they were instructed to go and attack Ogro. After this memo came over 2 weeks, they couldn't do nothing because they're apprehensive. They forgot that talking about our people, their murdered in cold blood, is about Ogro. That is doing the work that Onyendu have instructed him to do. Let's go.
I call this man to come on Biafran television. Let me.
Do you hear his personal vendetta with Ogro? He called Ogro to come to Biafran television. Not Biafran television. Say you call him to come on Rapture Media. Not Biafran television. Because you're not on Biafra television. You stream through Rapture Media, and Rapture Media is a monetized platform that owned by Jackson Moses, our Ogoja brother. He has got nothing that live in Italy, which Ogro himself have helped. So because of he didn't appear in your program, neither he rejected to come to yours, rejected to come to Ikenga. This is our three people they call, and the idiot girl that lives in Italy. They gave that miserable, baby saboteur that actually they are the people that crippled IPOB from beginning with Madam Oyibo, came back, say he have made mistake. He didn't make mistake because when people talk, once you're a convict, once you're a saboteur, you can never be trusted. A saboteur will always remember we will always remain a saboteur. That is why Onyendu urged us to go and watch The Enemy at the Gate. Because that young boy that were playing double standard, the person that killed him was the enemy. Hang him in the he hung him in the public place in the local town. Between the enemy and the people, the guy was passing information between the both aisle. So these individuals now talking, to be put it on record, I'm going to allow their voice, but I want to say something before I continue. These three individuals that have spoke here, they have a personal issue with him because they called him the madman that lives in South Africa. Invited Ogro, turned him down, which he already is building his own platform because they're all making living through it. That's why he come Facebook more than 10 times a day. If he was for the cause of the struggle and he working to achieve and pay his own dues, he wouldn't be on Facebook all day. Now, the clown that lives in Germany, that one called him on that so-called platform. He rejected them not to call there because he has got nothing to say to them. So that's where their vendetta came from. And the little brat, that girl was given IPOB official letter without even paying a dime. IPOB doesn't matter. Because if any country you live, you seek asylum, you're going to go through a process. You have to get a lawyer. How do you pay? Not even monthly due, she didn't pay. Austin Albani ordered the same Ogro to give her official letter that gave her 5 years that she's working now, ranting. And it's calling Ogro illiterate. Can you imagine a chronicle? These are chronicle illiterates. Their only illiterate has got this chronicle. And he calling Ogro an illiterate. Can you imagine? Let's listen to them. Well, I'm doing this tonight because time permits me to do it. But I will warn them that Ogro is no-go area. And Ogro, the Italian national coordinator, he's holding them where he's spending them. I want to say something here. The former national coordinator, which is for Michael Iruanya that came to United Kingdom, was running Italy from UK. I remember one of his write-up, he was advising Ogul that he should calm down, that lamenting how he left 8,000. I'm going to ask you again tonight, Irwanya, the 8,000 he left, as he said, in Italian coffin, what was it? We have an international account in Italy, which I, George Rume, I made payment in numerous times as a welfare account, and is approved by our leader. And is off reach for Chikerism is gang of criminal. They cannot get to that account. It doesn't matter what they do. It's off limit for them. So these clowns that are coming out here talking, BTV, the BTV for Vandals of Doubt, BTV account is in Austria. That is where the BTV account is. And the Mazi Ogul himself, when they're trying to bring BTV in Italy, everything that have happened in Italy, and he has handed everything over to them, Austin Albani, with his cronies. So when people are making assertions, what we are here to do is that in-depth of IPOB will give you the in-depth of what has transpired, not hearsay, not when somebody tell you to attack, you become an attacking dog, saying something you don't know. He calling it illiterate. He thank God he's an illiterate, but all of you are chronicle. You know what chronicle is? Get a dictionary, that will help you. But I'm gonna allow this to stay through. Then we take it from there.
We interview him as our national coordinator in Italy. He's running away on our boss.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Biafra TV never did they work for IT today. It is because of me. Yes. The international coordinator of Italy. All the money that was donated for him to make sure that IPOB Italy is put television worldwide is put in order.
Imagine somebody calling someone an illiterate cannot even put a sentence together. It is quite pathetic. Anyway, I'm not going to give them more time. Like I've explained, they're quite irrelevant. And the Italian National Coordinator, Mazi Ogul, still continue doing your works, because I know you are holding them. They can run, but they can't hide. But the things remain. We'll make this video viral for them because they think we are here for joke. And anyway, yeah. So, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, you know, what I want to do, I would definitely play one or two voices, and I will call it a night. You know, so their voices is not quite invalid. Let me just give you the people that are talking though.
For Alpha Power Media International.
Can't take them serious. Can't take them serious.
But the many 12,000 what we share yesterday. I'll give MAZI Madabushi 4,000 naira. I'll give Oanji 4,000 naira. Then I'll give Sister Chalugo 4,000 naira. That is 12,000 naira. So now can't wait. I can't use that remaining one take back. No, can't share that.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
It's quite appalling. I think we're hearing the kind of people and how they have bastardized the so-called media warrior. You see the names they are calling, the people they call their names, that is the people that are always backing on the social media on daily basis. The amount of money they are giving them, 4,000 naira, I think it's less than £10, if I'm not mistaken. It's less than £10, to be honest with you. That is the money they're giving them. They're making them to come out and be saying, dabbling into things that in depth of IPOB, they have got no clue on what is going on. So I just want people to see the character of people that are coming out to judge people. You know? So I just listened to one or two
Alpha Power Media International. Alpha Power Media International.
Na-eje agwa Maazị Nnamdi ka na o jelu ebe ahụ sị, hey Maazị, ịmakwana Chinasa Nworu na-egbusisi ndị ESN. And do you expect Mazen and the Kano Kakoba Chinasa Waka? But if about the half truth, Ojalwaba say Mazi Chinasa ne Busis in the ESN. But Omangwa Mazi Nande Apota Fana Radio Biafra Bunde Hawa Zili Dulika Haje Zuboshi Canon Tafa Chinasa will put us up off Fafa. I say Chinasa is pointing finger. So Iburubu ESN then turn Ozuboshi. Then you expect the chief of staff to leave you. That's the question. Iburu ESN becomes an Iburu ESN member. Then he be the general Zulu machine on the mud. Nana on the madana. General rape home why. Then China Sangola say, hey, ride on because Nebubu ESN Chineka Pokwagoko. I jidelanya bepogamu because you are not serious. Something is wrong with you. I think we are here to joke. The trainer Bodo. No wonder, even say for in IPOB, you go for some sensitive position. I help you because all blum, mother hanging, or both hanging, or both the channel in Ghana, medal better for the Ejidona just hand that over to police. In Cambodo, you never, Namunga, there, I will order say hanging, Namu rape why. Why? Half truth is very dangerous.
Anyway, I'm letting all this play. I just got one more to play though, so that's it. Just listen to the characters of people that are trying to, chastise someone that have dedicated his time for work for IPOB. Let's listen to the clown in Germany.
The coordinator of Cologne, he called a police for me. When this issue started, they call him here that he is an idiot. He should take this case to court. And I want to tell the leadership that if this case get to court, that is when I will turn to tiger and lion. And I want to tell the leadership they should not blame me, because I will pack every of my receipts. That is when I will put allegation on them that they will balance me all my money back, because that is the main point that I will go for. That is exactly what I will go for. I will tell the court that they have been collecting money from me, defrauding me, telling me, giving me, putting me in a state of imagination, telling me that something is coming where it's not coming. And that is when I will put allegation on them. If they don't know, I have all my receipts. I have my defense fund. I have a lot of payment that I have done. I want them to understand this. And I don't want the leadership to blame me, because I'm still waiting for their court. We will go to that court. And they will see that they will fail. They will fail. And I have a lot of people that are going to join me to bring also their receipts that they have already defrauded them. I want them to understand. They are dealing with somebody that is, I reason very well. I reason very well.
Anyway, fellow comrade and lovers of freedom, I am not going to dwell into this, but the reason why I allow these idiots to voice up their slush they've got in their mouth is to everybody to understand where we are and where we are going to. Tonight, what you take out to this is that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu remains the only elephant in the room. And our leader, we are calling all the international community and United Kingdom governments to do the needful to persuade their puppet, which is the Zoological Republic of Nigeria, to allow Onyendu to have access to his personal medical practitioners and to have his medication, and to actually release him, because Onyendu has been a discharged and acquitted within their own court. And Onyendu has committed no crime. Onyendu was renditioned. So this is what we are asking. regardless of the evil that the men that Onyendu have given the duty care to propel IPOB, as he now is in the forefront, and a demeanor as a leader as Onyendu being absent, and this is where all the problems lies when people don't understand the English word using Onyendu. Onyendu is not absent. Onyendu is in DSS dungeon, and is reachable. So if you want to communicate with our leader, you know how to do that. So anybody classing Onyendu that is absent or in time of Onyendu, you guys are the one holding our leader. Whatever that happened to Onyendu, Chike Doziem and his cronies are those we should held responsible. As he claimed that he's coming to Radio Biafra, I don't know if he's on right now. For those that may be listening to him, I hope you guys are asking him to make sure that his face is showing as I am talking to you here. He can't come on Radio Biafra to speak to you or those that are listening and to tell us what has transpired or how have they murdered our people in Aba. And he will be doing that under his basement in Switzerland without giving us on spot account what has transpired 15 days after our people were mowed down in Aba. Chike Doziem yet to speak. Fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, I thank all of you for listening to me. And my names are still remember as George Chukwume, and I want every single one of us to, to put our leader in prayer. Onyendu did not call himself, he called him. Most importantly, at the end of this journey, Chukwu Kabiama will decorate him, and he will come out with that mantle, and Biafra shall be restored. And those that have paid this ultimate price, and all of us that are sincere in what we are doing, that maintain the stand and stand, lone voice shall we always stand there. That is why we are here on Biafra Alpha Power Media Critical Analysis. We hold no prejudice. All we are doing is to try to redeem you from your stupidity, those that have lost direction, those that are now being driven out because of the cabal. But what we are saying here, we will not give in. At the end of the day, Biafra shall be restored. From me, from here, it's good evening. Ndewo.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
This is ESN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of MAZI and on a peaceful protest, protesting for the release of their leader MAZI and This is ESN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of MAZI and on a peaceful protest, protesting for the release of their leader MAZI and This is ESN. This is ESN. This is ESN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of MAZI and on a peaceful protest, protesting for the release of their leader MAZI and asking the Nigerian government to obey their court order and release MAZI This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command. This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command. This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of MAZI on a peaceful protest seeking for the
Biafra
release
Alpha
of
Power
MAZI
Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
for the illegal detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and asking Nigerian government to obey their own court order by releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for he has been discharged and acquitted.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
This is IPOB online protest here in Abia State. We are demanding for the immediate release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. As you can see, women, men, and everybody in Abia State is their life and their rights. Protesting for the immediate release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is protesting for the bottom line from Abia State. This is Abia State Command protesting the immediate release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. See the multitudes of people.
using their right to protest, to demand for this simple thing that federal government should obey God's order and release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who was extraordinarily retribution from Kenya. So we are here live to use the right to protest, to demand for this simple thing that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released as a Court has ordered. This is Umuchukwu Writers reporting to you live in Abia State.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media Power Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
This is ESN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of MAZI and on a peaceful protest protesting for the release of their leader MAZI and This is ESN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of MAZI and on a peaceful protest protesting for the release of their leader MAZI and This is ESN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of MAZI and on a peaceful protest protesting for the release of their leader MAZI and asking the Nigerian government to obey their court order and release MAZI and This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command. This is Eastern Security Network Abia Command. This is Eastern Security Network Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of MAZI on a peaceful protest seeking for the
Biafra
release
Alpha
of
Power
MAZI
Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
protesting for the illegal detention of MAZI and asking Nigerian government to obey their own court order by releasing MAZI for he has been discharged and acquitted.